Hallo iedereen.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Un abrazo muy fraternal desde una de las democracias más fuertes del mundo, Costa Rica.
Hello everyone, Muribanji.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the second Summit for Democracy. Since our first summit, our democracies have come together to meet the needs of our people and the challenges of our time.
We are tackling the issues that matter most to people's lives. Creating jobs, strengthening food and global health security, and ensuring our children have what they need to succeed.
We are making strides to avert a climate catastrophe and unlock a clean energy future that is equitable and fair.
We're holding Russia accountable for its unjust and unprovoked war against Ukraine, showing that democracies are strong and resolved.
And together, we are defending the human rights and fundamental freedoms of journalists, activists, civil society, and indeed members of vulnerable communities who are too often ignored by those in public office.
Today, we're coming together again because we have to keep building on this progress and shaping the future we want for all of our children, all of them.
Democracy is how we can continue to create a world that is more free and more fair to everyone.
And it is up to all of us to show that democracies can continue to deliver.
So, together, we must continue to fight for free and fair elections.
We must continue to lift up reformers, especially young people.
To strengthen the free press and support the open exchange of ideas.
To counter corruption and all those who perpetrate it, and to ensure that technologies unleash instead of undermine our potential for progress.
This is the urgent work we are called to do together for our present and for our future.
The stakes could not be greater.
But as democracies, if we work together, nothing is beyond our reach.
Because our greatest power lies in the unlimited potential of our people.
So thank you all for participating today. We've got a lot of work to do.
In December 2021, over 100 world leaders gathered at the first Summit for Democracy and committed to support the rule of law, fight corruption, defend a free press, bolster democratic reformers, and uphold universal human rights. In the 15 months since, we followed through on pledges, passed new laws, committed new funding, created new institutions, and worked together in new ways. NGOs and private companies made commitments of their own. Democracy gathered momentum and grew stronger, while autocracy weakened. We gather now for the second Summit for Democracy, convened by 5 co-hosts: the United States, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and Zambia, to chart a path forward and renew our shared commitment to democracy as the system best able to deliver for all people. We turn now to the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights are hallmarks of resilient, inclusive, and peaceful societies. But today, in many parts of the world, these values are under assault. The walls are closing in on civic spaces, constitutional rights are being curtailed, and civil liberties are being eroded. Freedom of expression is in free fall, dissenting voices are silenced. Human rights defenders face persecution, while prosecutors fighting corruption face reprisals. And journalists confront censorship, detention, and violence. The number of media workers killed across the world last year rose by a horrific 50%. Excellencies, engulfed in crisis, people are being easily seduced by promises of simple solutions. In these times of turbulence and turmoil, the siren songs of so-called enlightened despotism are resonating. But today, we see more and more despotism and less enlightenment. History has shown time and again that autocratic leadership is not a guarantor of stability, It is a catalyst of chaos and conflict. We are in the midst of dramatic upheavals. Technology is reshaping life as we know it. The tectonic plates of geopolitics are shifting, and global threats cannot be solved by any one government or organization acting alone. Strong democratic societies are places that are capable of self-correction and self-improvement. They can enable change, even radical change, without bloodshed and violence. And crucially, they are centers for broad-based cooperation rooted in the principles of equality, participation, and solidarity. Today, however, these principles are strained to the breaking point. Polarization is being supercharged by social media. Irrationality is running rampant, and science is under siege. Minorities and migrants are scapegoated. On current trends, full gender equality is 300 years away, and the foundations of social cohesion and trust in democratic institutions are being rocked to the core. And setbacks towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals are amplifying despair and discontent. To harness the power of democracy, we must strengthen its defenses. And this means investing in a new social contract with governments and their people to rebuild trust and social cohesion, bolstering the system of checks and balances, tackling inequalities, combating corruption, prioritizing education, and expanding opportunities, setting up guardrails in the digital world to protect against the perils while realizing its promise, and realizing the universality of all human rights, civil, cultural, economic, political, and social. Excellencies, growing up, my own country, Portugal, was ruled by dictatorship. I've seen how the repression of human rights is like a poison in the national bloodstream, dulling the vibrancy of society, robbing people of their dignity and potential. And I have lived to see democracy flourish, expanding horizons of hope and opportunities. Human rights and democratic values are our ultimate tool to help societies thrive in freedom, to achieve equality for women and girls, to vanquish xenophobia, racism, and hate, to advance sustainable development, and to forge peace. These goals are at the heart of the United Nations. Democracy flows from the United Nations Charter. Its opening invocation of "We the Peoples" reflects the fundamental source of legitimate authority, the consent of the governed. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights reinforces this through the assertion that the will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This year, as we mark the Declaration's 75th anniversary, let us give life to the principles it enshrines for everyone and together build a better, more just world for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Our first plenary session on the subject of democracy delivering economic growth and shared prosperity will be chaired by President Yoon of the Republic of Korea. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Honorable heads of states and citizens around the world yearning for freedom and democracy. It is my utmost pleasure to co-host the second Summit for Democracy along with the United States, Costa Rica, the Netherlands, and Zambia. And I welcome all of you to today's meeting. Let me begin the first session of the plenary for the second Summit for Democracy. The world is presently faced with a variety of crises and challenges, geopolitical conflicts, and rivalry over interest fragmented the international community and significantly reduced multilateral cooperation. On top of the bloc logic by authoritarian forces where they form cliques that outright deny rules-based international order, fake democracy represented by anti-intellectualism is lifting its ugly head globally. The first Summit for Democracy in 2021, with awareness of such issues, was held to jointly cope with decline of democracy. We must embark on a new journey to revive democracy that is currently under attack through our painstaking innovation and coalition. I hope that the second Summit for Democracy will serve as a landmark an occasion to further reinforce international community's concerted effort toward freedom and democracy. The history of Korea's development, just like that of mankind, was a constant journey for freedom, and our work to defend freedom is still ongoing. 70 years ago, Korea was able to defend freedom thanks to the help of the international community, and now we are fulfilling our duties and role as a facilitator of freedom in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, attempts to change the status quo by force threatens freedom. And fake news spreading in all directions through online media intimidates democracy that guarantees freedom. This, by threatening democracy, threatens our freedom itself. Democracy is a decision-making process for communities to defend freedom. Disinformation and misinformation and instigation distort public decision-making processes and disintegrates fundamental democratic systems such as elections. Limiting individual freedom should be based upon universally applicable laws and regulations, and that is rule of law. Liberal democracy that guarantees individual freedom can be implemented through rule of law. Since inauguration, I have emphasized freedom, human rights, and rule of law. These are the key factors that operate our democracy. It is clear that democracy is the only system and mechanism that defends and guarantees freedom of humanity. Korea, as a host country of the next Summit for Democracy, will do our part to further consolidate democracy that guarantees freedom and parliamentary democracy, which is represented by rule of law and representative democracy. Through close cooperation with the international community, we will robustly support the coalition to firmly defend democracy and take actions. I would stop here and now would like to listen to leaders participating as panelists for the first session and reflect on this issue together.
And now, the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic of Greece.
Mr. President, I strongly share your view expressed at September's UN General Assembly that genuine freedom is having the opportunity to live life to the fullest with dignity. But genuine freedom can only be delivered through genuine democracy. Adam Smith argued that laws and institutions that protect the liberty of individuals to accomplish their full potential result in greater prosperity for society at large. In Greece, we have learned that the hard way. The economic meltdown that gripped my country for much of the last decade threatened the very fabric of Greek society and weakened our institutions. Not anymore. In 2019, Greeks rejected dogma in favor of democratic resilience and reform based on strong legal frameworks and independent and representative institutions. And in the 4 years since, my government has prioritized the digitization of the state, waged war on corruption, and passed hundreds of laws modernizing my country. Our success does not lie in a top-down administrative process, but in the ownership of these important reforms by well-informed, socially minded, and engaged citizens who flourish in an open, tolerant, free, pluralistic, and democratic society. At the same time, government accountability and transparency, a free press, and equal access for all to a fair and impartial justice system is pivotal to delivering social justice and inclusive, equitable growth. And today, I am proud, Mr. Chairman, to report that Greece is one of only 3 countries in Europe to have incorporated the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals into our annual planning. And we continue and will continue to pursue reforms around digital transition and e-governance too, driving the so important direct participation across civil society, but also enfranchising young and old alike. But digital isn't just a great enabler of economic growth. It is a great enabler of democratization itself. Digital innovation, tech, and now artificial intelligence are helping policymakers offer global solutions to complex geopolitical issues, from the fight against climate change to the preservation of biodiverse habitats, from green energy provision to the understanding and management of the drivers of mass migration. But closer to home, digital reform is reducing red tape and administrative costs for businesses, delivering a fairer and less cumbersome tax system, and opening up access for all to digital services. We know that in countries devoid of transparency, accountability, and representation, with poor track records on human rights and the rule of law, limited civil society participation, and few, if any, strong independent institutions, the pursuit of political agendas over economic growth and prosperity is preventing citizens from achieving their full potential. And today, the threat to our democratic way of life is perhaps more acute than at any time in the last 3 decades. That is why we must never waver in the promotion of political, civil, and economic rights by bolstering democratic institutions and the rule of law, championing accountability, challenging corruption, and fighting for inclusivity. And by promoting economic development and prosperity, we are not only strengthening the foundations of democracy as a bulwark against those who threaten us, but also as an incubator for those who wish to join us, for those who wish every citizen to live life to the fullest with dignity. Thank you very much.
Next up is the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Excellencies, Namaskar. I bring you the greetings of 1.4 billion people of India. The idea of elected leaders was a common feature in ancient India long before the rest of the world. In our ancient epic, Mahabharata, the first duty of citizens is described as choosing their own leader. Our sacred Vedas speak of political power being exercised by broad-based consultative bodies. There are also many historical references to republic states in ancient India where the rulers were not hereditary. India is indeed the mother of democracy. Excellencies, democracy is not just a structure. It is also a spirit. It is based on the belief that the needs and aspirations of every human being are equally important. That is why in India, our guiding philosophy is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, meaning striving together for inclusive growth. Whether it is our effort to fight climate change through lifestyle changes, to conserve water through distributed storage or provide clean cooking fuel to everyone. Every initiative is powered by the collective efforts of the citizens of India. During COVID-19, India's response was people-driven. It is they who made it possible to administer over 2 billion doses of made in India vaccines. Our Vaccine Maitri initiative shared millions of vaccines with the world. This was also guided by the democratic spirit of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Excellencies, there is much to say about the virtues of democracy, but let me say just this. India, despite the many global challenges, is the fastest growing major economy today. This itself is the best advertisement for democracy in the world. This itself says that democracy can deliver. Thank you, President Yoon, for chairing this session, and thank you to all the distinguished leaders for your presence. Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from the President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste.
Excellencies, dear friends, speaking from Dili, Timor-Leste, a great pleasure to share with you my thoughts of my own experience as president of this country. This is my second term. My first term was 2007-2012. When I finished my first term, I served with the United Nations as Under-Secretary General, Special Representative in West Africa, Guinea-Bissau, but also I was chair of the UN High-Level Panel on Peace Operations. I have traveled across the world, 135 countries on my list of countries that I have visited. I am familiar, conversant with most democracies around the world and with most non-democracies. Democracies, to survive, to flourish, they have to deliver. We have to deliver to the people. We have to deliver accessibility to the political leaders, to governors, accessibility to public goods, hospitals, education, employment, youth employment, inclusion, no excluding anyone, no one left behind. We have to show compassion and wisdom in dealing with the people of the LGBT community, the more neediest people in our societies, the blind, the physical handicapped, the people with special needs. We have to look after everyone, embracing everyone. In a multi-ethnic, multicultural society, we must embrace everyone. Timor-Leste, we have zero political violence. We have zero ethnic-based or religious-based violence. And we are a flourishing democracy. We have absolute freedom of press. And that's the democracy. And who can deliver that? Who can create this condition? National leaders. Leaders with integrity, with humility, with vision, who embrace everyone, who engage constantly in dialogue. Outsiders will not impose democracy. Democracy, sustainable development have to come from us, national leaders. National leaders, I do not say only the president or the government, community leaders, religious leaders, academics, intellectuals, civil society. It is only possible that democracy survives if we really do this. If our friends, United States and other industrialized countries commit more to eliminate extreme poverty in the developing countries, if we address access to clean water, if we all work together to save our environment for our own peoples in our own countries and globally. I thank you all for your kindness in inviting me to participate again in this fantastic forum.
Next up is the Prime Minister of the Italian Republic.
Thank you, President Yoon, and let me also express my gratitude to President Biden for the invitation to the second edition of the Summit for Democracy. This meaningful initiative is a great opportunity for our democracies to work together to face the unprecedented challenges and new threats that the pandemic first and the Russians' brutal aggression against Ukraine afterwards have posed to our democratic institutions. We all believe in democratic values and also in the deliverables of democracy, two of which are the focus of today's session: economic growth and shared prosperity. Since ancient times, people have discussed the connection between the form of political organization they choose for their community and the impact that choice had on the economic system of that community. Democracy and economic development are interdependent. Democracy influences a nation's economic and human development, and economic development can affect democratization processes. Only a democratic system can ensure the essential conditions for triggering sustainable growth, taking action in the areas most able to produce positive effects and guarantee the best conditions for development. I'm referring to justice, equity, legality, the correct functioning of the free market, and the need to ensure that institutions are stable, fast, and efficient. Having more stable and efficient institutions means being able to enjoy greater reliability at the international level and managing to focus energies on major strategic and long-term objectives. And this is precisely the direction my government is working in. In fact, we are firmly convinced that Italy's democracy can become even stronger and more solid through a presidential reform of the state, a reform that I consider to be fundamental and that may also represent a powerful measure for economic development. A democratic system guarantees free private initiative, protects jobs, allows all citizens to participate in the definition of policy guidelines and to contribute to and benefit from the nation's social and economic growth. In a democratic system, economic growth must be matched by an increase in general well-being and an appropriate distribution of the resulting benefits. Economic development and improved well-being influence the democratic process and can trigger democratization processes. The more intense the growth, the more an adequate level of social and economic development is achieved, and more likely a population will choose the path of democracy. Democracy delivers economic growth and shared prosperity, but also economic growth and shared prosperity deliver democracy. This is also why The Italian government is pursuing the Mattei Plan for Africa, a non-predatory cooperation model to create value chains close by and to help African nations to live well of the resources available to them. Italy is committed to making its contribution in terms of investments and sharing its deep expertise in the food security sector. In this regard, I am happy to announce that from July 24 to 26, we will host in Rome the Stock-Taking Moment Food System Summit. We attach great importance to this event, also considering the role that the Roman Hub for United Nations will be able to play. The summit will be a starting point to define a common strategy together with the United Nations and the European Union. We need to support those nations that have not yet reached our level of economic development. Solidarity is a fundamental democratic value. Also to demonstrate that West is not against the rest. In this regard, Italy wants to do its part, and we will continue to pursue these principles during our next G7 presidency. I believe that democracies can reach better results according to our principle and respecting our values. It takes time, but it is worth. And together, I'm sure we can absolutely make it. Thank you.
Now we have the President of the Republic of Kenya.
President Yoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank President Biden for putting this conversation together. And in discussing how democracy delivers economic growth and shared prosperity, it has been customary to address the way in which democracy and free enterprise are firmly conjoined. And I endorse such a perspective with the additional observation that the manner in which we exploit the opportunities in the ensuing political economy matters. All of society responds positively to democracy, as a result of which mutually reinforcing institutions of distinct type and quality take root and grow. A specific set of institutions underpins stability, credibility, and legitimacy, anchoring the evolution of a proper environment for experimentation, risk-taking, innovation, and competition. I submit that these institutions are only viable under a fundamentally democratic dispensation. A governance system which vigorously demonstrates uncompromising accountability, robust checks and balances, total transparency, and participation by the people from the grassroots all the way to the top and center. Capitals send the right type of signal and produces incentives that catalyze growth and stability in the economy and in politics. Such a system inevitably creates powerful institutions for channeling solidarity into effective collective action in pursuit of social justice, ecological responsibility, protection of vulnerable as well as intergenerational equity. Democratic societies are by definition committed to sustainability and inclusion. These institutions' attributes are attractive to investment and enterprise because they offer the best opportunities for everyone to actualize their potential. They also guarantee the blossoming of good ideas, testing of inspired risky concepts, and the explosion of pioneering enterprises into highly profitable and impactful large employers. The rule of law and good governance enables a democratic system to endow the people with a qualitative, much better political environment and market than the repressive and coercive monopolies and unilateral, arbitrary policymaking, as well as the instability and uncertainty which inevitably defines undemocratic systems. The promulgation of a new constitution, progressive, citizen-centered, and rights-based constitution anchored on national values and principles of governance kick-started the implementation of Vision 2030 in Kenya. As a result, Kenya has sustained a strong path of economic development and inclusive growth, whereby wealth has been generated, poverty reduced, unemployment increased on an unprecedented scale. Before Vision 2030, before our new constitution, we were a $32 billion economy. After Vision 2030, we grew from 45 billion economy in 2008 to 264 billion economy in 2022, last year, that is. This is not accidental by any means. In deploying the full promise of democracy to unlock political and economic freedom to their fullest extent, Kenya's constitution has enabled us to demonstrate that the nexus between democracy and sustainable development is direct and consequential. And that is why this year, last year, we had the most democratic election with outcomes that were celebrated across the globe. Our commitment in the democratic principles and institutions is unshakable. I believe that the purpose of government is to safeguard the freedom of every citizen to imagine and pursue better material conditions through work, civic engagement, and ecological responsibility. This is our path to sustainable development, along which we are already making tremendous progress. And I am privileged to join you in this conversation of our time, and that democracy delivers progress and development. I thank you.
Next, we will hear from the President of the Republic of Botswana.
Your Excellencies and dear colleagues, all dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning or afternoon to you all. The theme of this plenary session suggests that without democracy established and firmly in place, it would prove difficult to talk about economic growth or shared prosperity. We know this to be the case in many parts of the world, where the absence of democracy is reflected in armed conflicts, human displacements, economic collapse, absence of freedoms, violation of human rights, and no shared prosperity. Over the years, Botswana has received many accolades as Africa's economic miracle and a beacon of peace and democracy. To many, little attention was given to a forgotten reality that at the time of our independence in 1966, Botswana was among the poorest countries in the world, a tactless wasteland with no hope, as some opined. Indeed, there was no prosperity to share, and little was known about our democracy, which is founded on the principles already practiced in the Setswana culture of therisano, or consultation. Our democratic ideals and economic transformation have long been set on a strong foundation of principles of democracy, development, unity, and self-reliance, and boto, which is humility. Our founding fathers were fully convinced that a constitutional and multi-party democratic republic had to be in place, a republic premised on the primacy of respect for and commitment to the rule of law was best suited to take the country forward. After independence in 1966, we enacted legislative instruments to sustain our democratic ideals and management of all natural resources of the country. The National Vision 2036, the National Development Plans, recognized sustainability as a development imperative to be achieved. I can confidently ascertain that on the basis of a people-centered governance, democracy delivers a pathway for the needed avenues to pursue sustainable development goals. Your Excellencies, our practice of consultation is a major component of our democratic discourse, centered around our Khotla system, our traditional Congress, so to speak, which promotes tolerance, inclusion, freedom of assembly and speech, and collective decision-making. The reason we are able to participate in this summit is primarily linked to our firm grip on democratic principles of over 5 decades. I wish to point out that we do not take for granted what democracy has delivered for us as a country. We have learned by experience that there is a parallel between improving economic conditions and consolidating democracy. We hold a strong view and conviction that a participatory democratic system comprising strong and functional institutions, not strong men or women, will ensure that the primary shareholders, that is our people, are at the epicenter of the formation and functionality of their structures of governance and shaping their own future. Your Excellencies, it is against this background that the government of Botswana and the National Democratic Institute, together with other partners, hosted the Summit on Constitutionalism and Democratic Consolidation in Africa from 6th to 8th July 2022 in Gaborone. This summit fulfilled the pledge we made during the 2021 Summit for Democracy, and its key outcome was the adoption of the Gaborone Declaration, which, among other issues, acknowledged African citizen support for constitutionalism and presidential term limits. It is our earnest hope that the widespread circulation and signing of the Declaration of Principles will secure a prosperous democratic future for our continent. Allow me to reiterate that Botswana's strong economic growth and shared prosperity has been shaped by our well-founded belief in a strong, functional, and a more inclusive participatory democracy. I therefore wish to urge other global leaders to strengthen our commitment to advancing global democracy in order to secure a foundation for greater human progress. Finally, I wish to thank the co-hosts for organizing this very important summit. Thank you.
And now, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
I want to thank the world leaders and President Biden, who's been a friend of 40 years, for convening this important conference. You know, Israel and the United States have had their occasional differences, but I want to assure you that the alliance between the world's greatest democracy and a strong, proud, and independent democracy, Israel, in the heart of the Middle East, is unshakable. Nothing can change that. We have worked together, Israel and the United States, to achieve the historic Abraham Accords that made peace between Israel and 4 Arab states. We are now working together to expand these peace accords further, and they obviously bring increased prosperity to our peoples. The topic of this forum is democracy and shared prosperity. Now, in my long tenure as Prime Minister, I've had the opportunity, and as Foreign Minister, I've had the opportunity to address both issues. 20 years ago, I led a free market revolution in Israel. Israel was a semi-socialist economy, highly regulated, highly controlled, highly taxed, with very low participation in the workforce, with monopolies, including government monopolies, abounding throughout our economy. I proposed changes, radical changes, to correct this. This was met with massive protests, with months and months of national labor strikes, with admonitions that this would wreck the Israeli economy, that would make the rich go richer and the poor grow poorer, and so on. But we persisted, and the results have been very clear. After these reforms, Israel grew at 4 to 5% annual growth rate of GDP for 2 decades. We went from $17,000 GDP per capita to $54,000 GDP per capita, according to the IMF. Unemployment went down. Participation in the workforce went up in all sectors dramatically. The Israeli economy has become a player on the global scene allowing for innovation, enterprise, and of course, participation with many, many other economies and many, many other companies in many countries. I'm saying this because it's not only that the economy grew and prosperity increased, but shared prosperity increased. Because contrary to the predictions that the rich will grow richer and the poor will grow poorer, everybody grew richer. And in fact, the Gini coefficient that marks inequality went down to its lowest point in 20 years. We achieved prosperity and shared prosperity. Now, 20 years later, we're engaged in a second public debate. And you may have noted, Israel is undergoing, in its robust democracy, a very intensive public debate. And the debate is, how do we ensure a proper democracy? Democracy means the will of the people as expressed by a majority. And it also means protection of civil rights, individual rights. It's the balance between the two. Now, half of people are convinced that the will of the majority, as expressed in the legislative and executive branch, has been, in many ways, obstructed by an all-powerful judiciary that dominates them and doesn't let the public will be expressed. The other half of the people are concerned that maybe, even if this is true, that if any curtailment of judiciary powers is enacted, this would somehow impair and obstruct civil liberties. And I think both considerations have to be taken into account. I think both of them are valid, both of them are true, and we have to make sure that as we shift the pendulum from one side of an ever-powerful judiciary, which is different from an independent judiciary, how do we ensure that the judiciary remains independent and that we balance the need to strengthen the executive and the legislative, and at the same time, protect individual rights? I think that balance can be achieved. And that's why I've promoted a pause that now enables both the opposition and the coalition to sit down and try to achieve a broad national consensus to achieve both goals. And I believe this is possible. We're now engaged in exactly this conversation. Several governments have expressed their concern. So I want to assure you now of two things. The first is that we have, I think, in the midst of this very robust debate, I think we have a historic opportunity to strengthen democracy, to restore a proper balance between the three branches of government, because that's what protects majority rights and individual rights. And at the same time, also to enshrine civil rights with an agreed national consensus. I think this is something that that is an opportunity that Israel has waited for. These things are always dramatic. They're always engaged in public and often painful discourse, but we have to move from protest to agreement. And that's where I want to get. The right to protest is sacrosanct. But I think the obligation for national leaders is to try to take these issues in contention and merge them into a happy center. So the second thing that I want to assure you is that Israel was, is, and it will always remain a proud, strong, and vibrant democracy as a beacon of liberty and shared prosperity in the heart of the Middle East. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia.
Dear President Yoon, distinguished colleagues, it is my pleasure to join you for this second Summit for Democracy. I wish to thank President Biden and other co-hosts for their efforts in organizing this summit today. As we gather today, democracy and the rules-based international order are under attack in Ukraine. We, as the Croatian government, have been standing with Ukraine and its leadership and its people throughout this last almost 14 months, because they are not only defending the values of freedom, democracy, and peace in their own country, but they are standing for the entire democratic world. That's why Croatia was so articulate in expressing solidarity with Ukraine and condemning Russia as an aggressor. We are in particular a country that among European countries remembers the situations when we were ourselves victims of aggression. And that's why we have immediately reacted in a natural and reflex manner. For the past more than 30 years, democracy has guided our path for strengthening of our institutions, for strengthening of our economic system, and creating the preconditions for joining the European and the transatlantic world. I have to say that democracy equals independence of Croatia, equals our statehood, equals all the values that we stand for and that have been forged globally since the Second World War. Recently, since our two summits, Croatia has joined two deeper integrations on the European continent. One is the Schengen area and the other one is the Eurozone. This is exactly an example how through democratic consolidation and development, fulfillment of the highest criteria, we become more integrated, but also economically and financially more protected in the context of the European integration. Therefore, we are the proof that democracy delivers economic growth and the shared prosperity for the citizens. This is also a plus for the enhancement of the European project to be as robust and as beneficial to the citizens and the states that are part of the European integration. We have, in the times of crisis, and they now last for the 3 years, kept one main objective as the key goal of the Croatian government, and that was the objective of social cohesion. The crisis of the global pandemic, the biggest one in 100 years that has affected all of us, the energy, food, financial, economic, and social crisis that ensued as the consequence of Russia's aggression against Ukraine has made us do our maximum to keep the social cohesion in our country and avoid the social fracture. This is in particular important that through difficult times, we as governments, with our interventionist policies, keep the fabric of the society together and that no one has been left behind. This is a major objective for my government, and I have to say that so far we have managed to attain it. At the same time, over the past couple of years, we have increased our energy independence in terms of supply, invested in the liquefied natural gas terminal on the island of Krk, thus not only making Croatian needs for households, businesses, and industry completely independent, but also we have managed to create a regional energy hub through the existing critical infrastructure that Croatia has. What we have also tried to do is the increase of the resilience of our economy, but also in the times of crisis, keep the human rights and civil liberties to the maximum possible extent in the moments where, due to the pandemic we had for health reasons, we had to put forward some restrictions. We tried to be balanced as much as possible. The path forward is that we as democracies stick together, that in the global context of the world that is basically divided into democratic world and democratic regimes and those who are authoritarian, we forge alliances between democracies. We put forward our values. We keep the support of our citizens because democracy is the rule of our citizens and our peoples, and that we show the responsibility of the governments in the tough times vis-à-vis our citizens, but joined in the same values that unite us. And I'm very grateful for all the speeches and comments that I have heard throughout the panel this morning. Thank you very much, and best regards from Zagreb.
In closing, we will now turn back to the President of the Republic of Korea.
경제 성장과 공동 번영을 달성하는 것이 쉽지는 않지만 우리가 함께 한다면 결코 불가능하지 않다는 것을 확신하게 됐습니다.
In order to tide over the complex crisis facing the international community on the occasion of the second summit for democracy, we need to see a strong coalition and cooperation among democracies. I look forward to continuous and in-depth discussion among the leaders for freedom and democracy.
And now, a spotlight presentation from the Global Democracy Coalition, representing over 100 civil society organizations that work to support democracy and human rights around the world.
Peaceful protest is a democratic means. It's a means by which people come on the street together, either to denounce policy that is not conducive for their, is not in their interest, or to denounce corruption. What we are seeing today is that many states now are repressing the protests, are putting restriction to the protests in order to prevent people to use these tools.
The government survey everything. They use high tech to censorship people's everything they said.
There's a scar next to my right eye, and this is the price that I have given to protect democracy in Hong Kong.
Women are being erased from public life in Afghanistan. They are not allowed to get an education. They're not allowed to leave their houses without a male companion.
We have what I think is best described as performative democracy, because elections are characterized by extreme state-inspired violence, forced disappearances, murders.
As you stay longer with one man, with the same regime, people get more and more afraid.
En lien avec la restriction de l'espace civique.
We live with the restriction of a civil space, and when I think of a restriction, it's also the virtual space that are blocked.
Security. When we work, always we are in fear. So sometimes there is a self-censorship prevail.
We need to help the people in China to have some privacy. They should have their own rights to speak, to think, to behave by themselves.
I have been based in the United States. Having been forced out of my country, I left for fear of my life and my safety.
I feel alone here, and I remain here firmly. I want my country's freedom. Hopefully, we can achieve greater consolidation of the fact that they condemn the regime, and this will change it.
That is above any other commitment, which is to fight for freedom every day, every week, every month, until we have free and fair elections in Venezuela.
It is very important to seize the moment, the opportunity. When you live and you have to function in a regime, and that opportunity is election.
Fight of women in Afghanistan was not for a space in the classroom only. Just 2 years ago, they were lawmakers in the country, they were leading their communities, and right now they have lost all those achievements.
The international community must work together. It has to be a coalition, all together.
Recognize the stakeholders of our movement, the NUCC, National Unity Consolidated Council, and also the NUG, National Unity Government.
The fight for freedom and democracy at the front lines for freedom. That's where I think the focus of the next Summit of Democracy should be.
And now, a spotlight presentation from Johar Ilham from the Xinjiang region of China.
Salam alaikum. May peace be upon you. Thank you all for participating in this year's Democracy Summit. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be part of this important gathering. My name is Johar Ilham. I am Uyghur. I'm also an Uyghur daughter who hasn't been able to see her father for over a decade. 10 years ago, I was a teenager, hoping to accompany my father to the US for him to accept a fellowship opportunity at Indiana University. But my father and I were separated at the airport by the Chinese government. My father was banned from leaving China, and I had to board the plane all alone, without a plan nor much knowledge of English. That was my last time seeing my father. Not long after, he was sentenced to life imprisonment under separatism-related charges. My father, Ilham Tohti, was an economics professor, and he has never supported violence nor campaigned for separatism. He worked to foster dialogue between the Han Chinese and the Uyghurs, and advocated for respect for religious and cultural beliefs of our people and for equal opportunity in pursuing our dreams and the things that motivate us. But his public advocacy has frequently provoked the ire of the Chinese authorities. As I believe most people would agree, a democratic country has a system of government in which the people have the power to participate in decision-making and where human rights are oftentimes respected. But in China, Uyghurs' basic human rights are summarily denied. There's not any freedom of expression. There isn't freedom of speech. There isn't freedom to worship as we wish. And without respect for these basic freedoms, it is not possible for Uyghurs and other Turkic and Muslim majority peoples to participate in the decision-making process freely and prosper and help better shape the Uyghur society. Anyone who dares to seek a lifestyle other than the exact way that the Chinese government suggests is going to be targeted and treated like a criminal. That is why the Chinese government has imprisoned scholars like my father and is carrying out a so-called poverty alleviation program of arbitrary mass detention of more than 1 million people and a program to cleanse ethnic minorities of their extremist thoughts through re-education and forced labor. This involves both detainee labor inside internment camps and multiple forms of involuntary labor at workplaces across the Uyghur region and even in other parts of China through a forced labor transfer program. All of these abuses are bolstered by a pervasive technology-enabled system of mass surveillance. Many products we use every day are linked to the Uyghur region. Did you know that the Uyghur region was the source of over 22% of the apparel industry's global cotton supply? Further, the region produced 45% of the world's solar-grade polysilicon. The Uyghur region is also the source of more than 12% of the world's supply of primary aluminum and produces 10% of the world's PVC, which is used in luxury vinyl flooring. This means that the supply chains of a huge number of corporations that sell products in the US and around the world run through a region that is a global epicenter of state-imposed forced labor on a massive scale, where the prevailing environment of repression and fear makes human rights due diligence a practical impossibility. As an Uyghur, I am thankful to the US government for enforcing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, a law which establishes a rebuttable presumption that no goods can cross the US border unless there is clear and convincing evidence that they were not produced using Uyghur forced labor. At the time of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act's enactment, there were tens of thousands of shipping containers arriving at US ports every day, laden with sweatshirts, solar panels, and myriad other products, all made partly in the Uyghur region under conditions very likely involving forced labor. In these circumstances, robust enforcement of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, and adoption of similar regional import bans in other markets is essential to end the complicity of corporations in the horrors unfolding in my homeland. My father used to tell me, there's always a solution for every problem. I'm grateful for the government that have taken a stand against the egregious human rights abuses occurring in the region, and hope more governments will take action. Making the forced labor camps less profitable for the Chinese government is a key piece of the solution to not only free my father from unlawful imprisonment, but to also free the millions of Uyghurs who are trapped in what feels like an endless life of captivity. Thank you.
The Summit for Democracy now continues with our second plenary session on democracy delivering justice for all, chaired by Prime Minister Rutte of the Netherlands. Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session Democracy Delivering Justice for All. I'm delighted that we can all be here today, even if it means participating digitally. And I'm honored to be opening this session on behalf of the Netherlands, co-host of the Summit for Democracy. The title of the session speaks volumes. It neatly sums up why we are here today with heads of state and government from all over the world. Such broad participation shows that democracy truly is a universal value. In recent decades, democracies around the world have been threatened or rolled back. For the past 16 years, the American NGO Freedom House has seen a global trend of democratic decline. And yet we know that democracy and rule of law are directly related to prosperity, well-being, and equal opportunities. That's what is now at stake, and that's what this session is all about. I'd like to briefly touch on 3 points today. The first is corruption. The Netherlands is considered one of the least corrupt countries in the world. But there's no reason for complacency. Corruption is a many-headed monster, and it's always lurking in the shadows. So we can't claim it doesn't affect us. Combating corruption requires international cooperation, and fortunately, that is high on this summit's agenda. My second point concerns media freedom and the importance of independent journalism. Journalists are a key part of any free society. Every day, they perform a vital task, monitoring those in power, sometimes at risk to their own safety. It's up to us to ensure that they can do their job, safeguarding our democracy in freedom and safety. And that's why last year the Netherlands became co-chair of the Media Freedom Cohort. And it is why my colleague, Wopke Hoekstra, the Dutch Foreign Minister, is hosting an event on the subject tomorrow. I urge you all to attend. My third point is access to justice. Another cornerstone of the rule of law, but by no means available to everyone. Justice should be accessible to all people in all places and at all times. That sounds like a big deal, and indeed it is. But if you think about it, access to justice often comes down to the little things. In the Netherlands, we are currently experimenting with neighborhood courts. We're reforming our legal aid system and lowering court fees for individuals and SMEs. These may be small steps, but they make a big difference for those people who can get justice as a result. Since the last Summit for Democracy 2 years ago, the world has changed dramatically. For decades, the idea of war in Europe seemed unthinkable. But we were wrong. As Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has shown, we cannot assume that democracy, freedom, and security are givens, that they are eternal. In my hometown of The Hague, known as the International City of Peace and Justice, preparations are already underway to prosecute those responsible once the war in Ukraine is over. So that the Ukrainian people, who have suffered so much, have somewhere they can turn for justice. It's good to see more and more countries highlighting the importance of those justice initiatives. In 2021, the Netherlands launched the Justice Action Coalition, And we are delighted that the United States is now signing up to. I urge you all to follow their example, because democracy requires action from us, direct action. And as our discussions at this summit show, that is a task we take seriously. Of course, democracy is never perfect. It has weaknesses, and it certainly faces threats. But it is also incredibly resilient. United in that knowledge, we all have our own input to offer, and I look forward to hearing yours. During this summit, we are sharing our efforts, experiences, and best practices. But what really matters is what we do after that, so that democracy delivers justice for all. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from the Prime Minister of Japan.
First, may I pay tribute to President Biden, who is leading the second Summit for Democracy, and to Prime Minister Rutte of the Netherlands, who is chairing this session. I would like to emphasize the significance of the leaders gathered here to renew our commitment to steering our efforts towards maintaining and strengthening democracy. In the new national security strategy we published last December, we reiterate the fundamental principle that Japan will strive to maintain and uphold universal values and principles in cooperation with other countries, and will lead the international community by example as one of the most mature and stable, advanced democratic countries in the world. Across the world, there are countless cases of suppression of freedom and human rights. The abductions by North Korea are a violation of fundamental human rights, and thus constitute a universal issue for the international community as a whole. In countering such grave international human rights issues, Japan, in collaboration with the international community, will strongly call for responsible actions to change the situation. As a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council and the G7 presidency for this year, Japan is determined to work with the international community to maintain and reinforce international order based on rule of law. Last week, I visited Ukraine and had a summit meeting with President Zelensky. As I saw with my own eyes evidence of Russia's aggression and heard directly from those who had experienced atrocities, I renewed my conviction that we, humankind, must position the rule of law as a norm that our society should follow.
The people who suffer the most from the absence of the rule of law are those in fragile states or environments. It is imperative that we all reaffirm and promote the minimum basic principles that the international community should uphold, because only then can we build peace globally. In order to maintain and strengthen democracy, which is one of the basic principles, Japan is focusing on the people who make the day-to-day efforts and is supporting human resources development. There is no change in Japan's basic philosophy that we continue dialogue and cooperation while respecting the diversity of individuals and the historical and cultural backgrounds of each country. Japan has been continuing assistance by continuing bilateral talks and listening to the views of others. We will continue to support the initiatives by these countries. Japan has been continuing assistance in development of human resources, which form the background of democracy, as well as support for strengthening freedom of the media and for developing various approaches to such issues as elections, anti-corruption measures, and justice in approximately 80 countries, mainly in Asia. In Africa, we are supporting Africa's own efforts to consolidate democracy and promote the rule of law through institution building and the strengthening of governance in the judicial and administrative fields, educational assistance, and the creation of employment opportunities. Further, we will train more than 1,500 personnel in the fields of the rule of law and governance over the next 3 years in order to strengthen connections and networks amongst countries and peoples. Japan's own development, nurtured by a stable democracy, an established rule of law, a mature economy, and rich culture, has also been maintained by a peaceful and secure society supported by the people. There is no finishing line in the quest for democracy. Japan will continue to work with the international community and lead efforts to strengthen democracy. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Now we have the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة رؤساء الجمهوريات والحكومات، الحضور الكريم، طابت أوقاتكم بكل خير.
I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the organizers of this summit, which addresses a critical and vital topic for all peoples of the world, which is the issue of democracy. This principle represents a high value that we must not lose or give up pursuing. In our country, Iraq, we have numerous struggles on its path to democracy, and our people have made great sacrifices to gain their freedom following many years of oppression and suppression under the previous dictatorial regime. Ladies and gentlemen, our government has set several priorities since it was voted into office a few months ago, most prominently consolidating democracy in political and social life. This government, which was formed after considerable effort, did not let political differences to affect its endeavors to care and deliver for all Iraqis. The Constitution, which enshrines pluralism, is the reference that we resort to and consult based upon. This represents the basis of democratic action in all countries that adopt democracy as a political and social principle. Because civil society represents the most important sector in which the values of democracy are expressed and strengthened, our government is keen to promote freedom of opinion and expression in accordance with the law and endeavors to provide a suitable environment for holding provincial elections scheduled to take place later this year. That means that Iraqi citizens have to trust the political system. Therefore, we have introduced administrative reforms and practical initiatives to combat corruption and improve public service that will guarantee life and dignity for all citizens. We believe that regaining public trust and encouraging the citizens to continue their role in forging a democratic system is a national mission and a core priority. To restore Iraq's true significance, our government has implemented a series of measures aimed at developing the energy sector. We have taken promising steps in capturing associated gas. In such endeavors, our objective was first to stop wasting such substantial natural wealth that belong to future generations, and secondly, supply a vital energy source for power plants, and thirdly, to minimize environmental pollution, which led to increased climate costs. And we endeavor to fulfill these obligations to world countries in this regard. All kinds of devastations can be recovered, except for environmental devastation. Ladies and gentlemen, democracy is the destiny of humanity that must one day prevail on Earth. Therefore, the struggle for this destiny requires concerted efforts worldwide in order for the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy to prevail. Once again, I thank you and I commend on the organizers' efforts for this summit. Peace be upon you and God's mercy and blessings.
Next up is the Prime Minister of the Republic of Cabo Verde.
Bom dia. Gostaria de cumprimentar o Primeiro-Ministro dos Países Baixos, Mark Rutte, chefes de Estado e do Governo presentes neste painel.
Thank you, all of the governments part of this plenary, and thank you, President Biden, for this invitation. It is a pleasure to be a part of this plenary. Democracy delivering justice for all. Democracy demands limits to power, control of power, and credible and reliable electoral systems. Justice empowers democracy and empowers democracy as a check and balance system and ensures at the end of the day that there's true democracy. Justice is also an important factor to prevent and fight corruption. Justice protects and ensures citizens' rights. Justice ensures that there is cooperation in fighting transnational crime. In all of these dimensions, Cabo Verde is well positioned within the region and the world. We are a democracy. We are a constitutional liberal democracy with good governance, a low rate of corruption, and has good credibility in the corporate environment. We are a member of the International Court of Justice and international law in order to judge war crimes and crimes against humanity. It is an important court in order for us to reach a world of peace we all desire. We can help fight crime in general. Through legal information and mediation, Cabo Verde ensures justice to all of its citizens. We focus primarily in the most vulnerable segments of society through a justice that's friendly to children and fighting gender violence. Our law that prevents sexual abuse against children and adolescents was strengthened. Human rights and social peace is being strengthened through schools. Gender violence in Cabo Verde is a public crime. There is protection of victims as well as police and court action against it. And finally, and very importantly, we try to fight the slow nature of justice, which we need to fight with the support of digital transformation in applying justice. Democracy, justice, and security must walk hand in hand in order to benefit citizens, the economy, and a partnership for development based on shared values. Thank you.
Now we have the President of the Republic of Latvia.
Prime Minister Rutte, dear participants, we all know democracy can be a frustrating process in many ways. Yet, there are many reasons why it is still the best form of government. One reason, which I will briefly focus on, is justice. In a democracy, justice is blind. One law and one justice for all. Ideally, our democratically elected politicians write laws, our transparent courts pass fair judgments, our free media hold the first and the second responsible and accountable. Of course, in real democracy, life is different and problems occur, but a grave miscarriage of justice occurs rarely. And if it does, it can be corrected. In Latvia, we guard and appreciate our democracy despite some usual and I would say system-inherent frustrations. because we know what the alternative is. Soviet Russian occupation is still in living memory. People remember the show trials of dissidents, the widespread corruption, the inhuman treatment in prisons and psychiatric hospitals, the poisoning and mysterious death, and above all, the mass deportations of civilians to prison camps. Today, we see the old Soviet methods coming back in Russia. They are being applied in the occupied parts of Ukraine. We must send a clear and united message to Russia that it will be held accountable, from its leadership to the last soldier. We must try Russia for the crime of aggression and every person accused of war crimes against Ukraine. I call for creation of an ad hoc international tribunal, preferably under the auspices of the United Nations. And this tribunal should try the crime of aggression, which Russia is committing now and today against Ukraine. Also, our other neighbor, Belarus, is living under the burden of dictatorship. Let me commend the democratic opposition of Belarus for its courage. Colleagues, in Latvia, with restoration of independence, we also restored our democratic pre-war constitution. And this constitution is the basis for democracy and justice we enjoy today in Latvia. Let me here add that 60% of our civil servants, 80% of judges, and 90% of notaries in Latvia are women. Also, almost a third of the parliament members and the half of cabinet members are women. It is essential that women play an active role in the democratic and judicial process. Democracy, as Abraham Lincoln said, is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And that means all people, not just the half. In conclusion, as member of the United Nations, we have all made a commitment to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Today, I want to highlight the goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. This goal is about promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Good governance is a necessary for achievement of these goals. And good governance is best achieved through democracy. Friends, let us lead by example. Thank you.
And now, the President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished representatives of international organizations and delegations, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the human rights capital of Africa, the Gambia. I am proud to say that the African Charter on Human and People's Rights is popularly called the Banjul Charter, and that Banjul is the home to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I thank the co-host of this important event for our participation and the opportunity to renew the Gambia's commitment to the belief that a peaceful world order grounded on democratic values is achievable through shared responsibilities and global action. Although the world has witnessed recent democratic transitions with accompanying development gains, more efforts is required to improve the governance trajectory for the much needed development in our countries, particularly in Africa. Excellencies, the Gambia mainstream democracy and human rights in her governance and political system since 1965 and opted for multi-party democracy when one-party system was fashionable in many countries. Unfortunately, we slide into 22 years of dictatorship. In 2016, we fought back through democratic means to restore democracy. With evidence that democracy engenders viable institutions that uphold good governance, we stand for the consolidation of democracy in Africa. We will continue to promote respect, human rights, inclusiveness, and popular participation in governance. Our nation is solidifying its democratic foundations for development, peace, and stability. And our experience demonstrates that democracy yields freedom and strengthens the rule of law. Gambia have regained their freedoms. Fear has given way to hope. And civil society organizations operate vibrantly as people go about their business unhindered. We are proud of such democratic gains, including the credible elections we hold nationally. Excellencies, democracy has ushered in a new era of economic freedom, private sector development, and public-private partnerships. The Gambia is reintegrated into the global community with dignity, and we have expanded bilateral relations and attracted more development partners. Soon we will launch our National Development Plan 2023-2027. We hope our partners will support us further for greater democratic dividends and strengthen our joint achievements. We thank the United States and all other partners for supporting us over the years and look forward to the successful implementation of the Global Compact and other development initiatives for the Gambia. As an unstoppable democracy, the Gambia opposes all forms of unconstitutional change of government and advocates purposefully global collaboration for a peaceful, secured, and prosperous world. Indeed, democracy delivers. I thank you for your kind attention.
And now, the President of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay.
My greetings to all chiefs of state and government who share this panel. I would like to also especially greet and thank the invitation extended to us in such an important and challenging subject, democracy and justice. A few days ago, we were at the Ibero-American Summit, and all the chiefs of state spoke about this subject, democracy. Democracy, of course, in its legitimacy, and this means electoral processes in each country. Electoral justice and electoral processes are essential to have this foundation of a democratic system. Second, separation of branches. It is as old as ever present. To be able to separate branches, of course, coordinated, but separate and with independence of action. That is essential for democracy to subsist and for it to be able to defend and champion the rights of individuals. And after that, the functioning of institutions. Today, we're basically speaking about the area of justice. So for the system, for the judicial system, which of course means the judicial branch, but also all other stakeholders, for that to work, first of all, it requires access, extended access to justice. justice for all, justice at the reach of all. That means not only to be tried on the basis of our laws, but based on written laws that need to be applied in the judicial system, but also taking into account previous steps, i.e., access to defense, an accusatory process that is clear, that should end up in as quick a process and procedure as possible. That is required by the modern world. That is speed in these procedures. Systems that were used in old times took a long time in order, that is the evidentiary stages, etc., but they were not fast. And for someone who needs access to justice, it has to be speedy. Then previous procedures too. I think that the chief of government of the Netherlands had just spoke a moment ago of justice in neighborhoods. And the mediation processes came to mind. These are alternative options, prior options for citizens to be able to settle their differences through an intermediary who can help in that. That is essential. First of all, because the conflict reaches a certain level, but that level does not escalate. Second, we don't overburden the judicial branch with cases that cannot be dealt speedily and properly. And that would, of course, deny justice. I would wish to also mention and avail myself of this opportunity to speak about international law, to speak about the implementation of justice at an international level. International law is not binding in that it is the right and law for diplomacy and agreements. And it is important that when a country decides to adhere and to participate in an international organization, when it accepts to be subject to international law, not only because of its relationship with other states, but because of internal affairs too, that international justice system has to be clear. It has to look at things with one perspective. It should be subjective in who it tries, and it should lead to compliance when applying sanctions. We have to comply with these procedures. The interpreter apologizes, but there are problems now. There are technical problems, and the sound is not there. Now we have to be clear in this situation that we're speaking about. Thank you very much for extending this invitation to me.
In closing, we will now turn back to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Thank you all so much for all your contributions. And let me say, it has been a privilege to co-host this session. Or can I say to host this particular session. And I think one thing stands out from all the contributions as a clear common theme, and that is that democracy really does deliver. It delivers free, open and creative societies. I think that's why we are here today. And just to highlight a few remarks, and I cannot, of course, summarize everything which has been said, but I was struck by what Prime Minister Kishida Fumio of Japan said, the investment Japan is making in the region, but also in Africa to promote democracy. What also I think was very clear, what Prime Minister al-Sudani said of Iraq, that sometimes administrative reforms are necessary to promote democracies in our societies. The Prime Minister of Cabo Verde, Correa e Silva, he said, sometimes you have to fight the slow rate of justice, and then it can be extremely helpful to make use of modern technologies. A very practical example of how modern technologies can help. The President of Latvia, Eglis Levits, who said, what happens now in the occupied parts of Ukraine makes it extra important that Russia will be held accountable to what it has done. And it's clearly one of the themes in the Zelensky peace plan. But he also spoke of the role of women and the role they play in the judiciary process. The president of Gambia, Adama Barrow, he remembered us of the struggle to restore democracy. And it also reminds us how fragile democracies can be. And of course, the president of Uruguay, who mentioned particularly two things. One is the extended access to justice for all citizens. And secondly, he also went into mediation as an option. In closing, I would still like to cite two other things being said in this session. One is again from the Prime Minister of Cabo Verde, because he said justice empowers democracy and the fight of corruption is crucial for protecting it. And finally, again, the President of Latvia, he said democracy can be a frustrating process, but the results, the outcomes, are always better for society and also the economy. Thank you all for participating, and I wish you a very good day.
And now a spotlight presentation from representatives of the Summit for Democracy's multi-stakeholder democracy cohorts to present the Civil Society Declaration of Principles.
To commemorate the second Summit for Democracy and in the spirit of elevating civil society voices from around the world,
Freedom House, the George W. Bush Institute, and the McCain Institute led a group of 14 civil society cohorts to author a Declaration of Principles. The cohorts were launched after the first Summit for Democracy during the Year of Action. Each cohort facilitated cooperation between public and private actors on issues vital to democratic renewal.
We believe all democratic governments should uphold the 14 principles enshrined in our declaration. On behalf of our dozens of organizational signatories, we are pleased to share this list of values with the governments participating in the summit.
We offer this declaration in the spirit of starting a conversation between governments and civil society about the principles that we wish to collectively advance after the summit.
1. States should protect and cultivate fundamental freedoms and civic space.
2. States should support election integrity and political pluralism through a robust multi-party system and free and fair elections.
3. States should promote inclusive policymaking and give citizens a greater voice.
4. States should maintain solidarity against authoritarian pressure and stand with frontline activists from around the world.
States should support free media and build resistance to mis- and disinformation.
6. States should uphold human rights on digital platforms.
7. States should promote the rule of law and people-centered justice. Judicial systems must be protected from undue political influence.
8. States should adopt additional safeguards against corruption at home and address transnational corruption abroad.
9. States should do more to support gender equality and promote women's political and civic participation.
10. States should promote youth participation and empower young voices in political and civic life.
11. States should protect the equal rights of persons with disabilities and ensure their meaningful participation.
12. States should support economic opportunity for all.
13. States should protect freedom of conscience and religious belief in public and in private.
Finally, 14. States should pursue comprehensive freedom from discrimination and protect vulnerable populations from discrimination, including, but not limited to, on the basis of race, sexual orientation, and gender identity.
No individual democracy adheres perfectly to these principles, but democratic rights and institutions provide the means for self-correction and improvement.
We must hold one another accountable as governments, citizens, and institutions. And the world's democracies must work together to reinforce these shared ideals, especially in countries or regions where the struggle for freedom persists. We encourage governments to review our full declaration, which is available on freedomhouse.org, bushcenter.org, and mccaininstitute.org. Thank you.
And now, a spotlight presentation from Brian Stevenson of the United States, the founder and executive director of the Equal Justice Coalition.
I'm extremely honored to have this opportunity to talk to extraordinary leaders from across the globe who've taken time to think about how we strengthen democracy, reflect on what our world needs at this time of growing violence, growing abuse, growing despair. There are polarizing voices all across the planet that are preaching hatred and conflict. And I believe this is a time for us to reflect on some essential components of building a healthy democracy. The first thing I am persuaded we have to do is to think about the ways in which we need to stay connected to the poor, the excluded, the marginalized, those who suffer. I live in the United States, and in America we have extremes. We have extreme poverty and extreme wealth, and it's easy to isolate yourself from people who suffer, from people who are struggling, from people who are marginalized. And I think we have to push past that instinct for isolation. I believe effective leadership requires all of us to stay connected to those who are struggling, to stay connected to those who are disfavored, those who have been abused and oppressed. When you allow yourself to be disconnected, you make decisions, you create policies that are not rooted in an understanding that is essential for a healthy democracy. When you're proximate, you hear things you would not otherwise hear. You see things you would not otherwise see. It informs your decision making. It allows us to be the kind of leaders that inspire change and progress and healing. The second thing I think we have to do is we have to change some of the narratives that are circulating around the globe that are rooted in fear and anger. I believe that fear and anger are the essential ingredients of injustice and oppression. Fear and anger will cause people to tolerate things they should never tolerate. It will cause people to accept things that are unacceptable. You can't understand what happened in Europe in the 20th century, what happened with the Holocaust, without understanding the power of a narrative of fear and anger. We saw the horrific genocide in Rwanda created by narratives of fear and anger. In too many places across the world, people are being abused and mistreated, oppressed, killed because of narratives of fear and anger. We have politicians that want to govern by fear and anger, and we have to push against those narratives. I live in America. Our nation is a great nation. We created a constitution that talks about equality and justice for all, but we also embraced a narrative of fear and anger that gave rise to a narrative of racial difference. We suffered a genocide in this country when Europeans came. Indigenous people were killed by the millions through famine and war and disease. We had this great constitution, this commitment to equality and justice, but we didn't apply those concepts to indigenous people. We instead created a narrative of racial difference fed by fear, fed by anger, and it grew. It caused us to tolerate 2.5 centuries of slavery. And the great evil of American slavery wasn't the abduction, wasn't the violence, wasn't the barbarity. Those things were horrific. But the true evil of American slavery was the narrative we created to justify enslavement. This false idea that black people aren't as good as white people, that black people are less capable, less worthy, less deserving. That narrative survived our Civil War. It overcame our commitment to the rule of law, and after our Civil War, for a century, black people were pulled out of their homes, they were beaten, they were drowned, they were tortured, they were lynched. We created an architecture of law that codified racial hierarchy, that codified white supremacy, and these narratives polarized and disenfranchised people until a community came together in the 1950s and 60s and fought to change these narratives. They stood when others said sit down. They spoke when others said be quiet. And because of their activism and leadership, we made some progress in building a healthier democracy, but we're still burdened by some of these narratives. There's still a presumption of dangerousness and guilt that follows black and brown people. It's why police violence has been so disruptive. It's why we have created these conditions that have to be challenged. America has the highest rate of incarceration in the world. We went from a prison population of 300,000 in the 1970s to 2.3 million today. That's not something about which we can be proud of, but it was created by narratives of fear and anger that I believe we have to push against. And I think all over the world, we have to have leaders that understand the need to push back against fear and anger as a governing strategy, as a governing tactic. Instead, I believe we have to embrace the politics of hope. Democracy is ultimately about hope. It's believing things we haven't seen. I think that hopelessness is the enemy of justice. I think injustice prevails where hopelessness persists. I think without hope, we will not create the kind of healthy future, the kind of healthy tomorrow that our planet needs, that our communities need, that people need. I believe there's something better waiting for us in America. I do. I think there's something that feels more like freedom, more like equality, more like justice waiting for us. But we cannot achieve that until we embrace a hopeful narrative, a hopeful orientation. I think we need an era of truth and justice all over the planet. And so my words to you is that to strengthen democracy, that we commit to getting proximate to the poor and the excluded, the neglected and the disfavored, that we push back against the narratives that are rooted in fear and anger that feed bigotry and violence and discrimination, and that we recognize our hopefulness, our capacity to be things that we haven't yet seen. I'm the great-grandson of people who were enslaved, the grandchild of people who were terrorized, the child of people who were humiliated by segregation. But I have this hope that we can create a better, healthier democracy, a better, healthier tomorrow with leaders like you committed to preserving democracy. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share with you, and I wish you all the best.
The Summit for Democracy now continues with our third plenary discussion on democracy delivering strong institutions, chaired by President Hichilema of Zambia. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, other excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and of course, the media. Good day. Welcome to the session on democracy delivering strong institutions. The Republic of Zambia is delighted to co-host the second Summit for Democracy together with the United States of America, governments of Costa Rica, the Netherlands, and the Republic of Korea. Thank you to the democratic community across the world for honoring us with this opportunity to co-host this Summit for Democracy. Thank you for that. The inaugural Summit for Democracy, hosted virtually by the United States of America, was held in December 2021. Thank you to President Biden, Government of America, American people. The December 2021 summit kicked off a year of action by participating countries to make democracies more responsive, more resilient, and to build a broader community of partners committed to global democratic renewal. In today's session, we have leaders from government and civil society to demonstrate our democracies and to demonstrate that how democracies deliver for their citizens and highlight democracies and how these democracies are resolved to address the world's most pressing challenges. We share this platform today with 10 other leaders. Very delighted to do so. Prime Minister of Bahamas, President of Colombia, President Macron of France, Prime Minister of Iceland, Prime Minister Modi of India, President Osmani of Kosovo, and indeed President of Mongolia, Prime Minister of Sweden, President of the United Arab Republic of Tanzania, and lastly, Prime Minister Sunak of the United Kingdom. It is such a delight to have this distinguished group of leaders to be present in this session today. Our colleagues have joined us today to discuss the strides made in the promotion of democracy under the theme, Democracy Delivering Strong Institutions. We shall share what democracy can deliver or has delivered in the context of our country's experiences. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, democracy has played a vital role in the civilization and transformation of the world towards self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Very important. Democracy can play an important role in the development of any and all societies. Democracy also guarantees freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and truly freedom of association. Over the years, a number of countries have made progress in their democratic dispensation. However, we still have detrimental actions that may be a threat to the tenets of democracy across the world. It is important in this session to put the concept of free, fair, and transparent elections as a foundation of democratic governance in our countries, and consider this perspective as we discuss democracy delivering strong institutions. We can also attempt to answer the questions: do we need strong leaders or do we need strong institutions? for democracy to thrive? Or indeed, do we need both? A country cannot be truly democratic until its citizens choose their representatives through periodic elections that are free, fair, and indeed transparent. A free and fair environment is characterized by the right to campaign freely all the time. It is devoid of intimidation and electoral violence during the period up to elections. I dare say, before elections, during elections, and after elections, because all of these periods are very important in how we conduct ourselves to enhance democracy. In addition, free access to media, to all candidates, and maintenance of the rule of law is extremely paramount. It is important and is factual that media discourse must be conducted in a factual manner. It's very true. And social media is challenging democracies around the issues of facts as we discharge information to the public. There is need to ensure that there is a level playing field for all candidates during campaigns, voting time, and after voting. Access to voting areas by whichever means must be available to all candidates at all levels. Laws governing campaigns should not be applied selectively. Free and fair elections is part of the foundation for democracy. That sets the stage for the free and fair societies, just societies that we all want to live to in our communities. Each citizen in every nation worldwide wants their voice to be heard, wants their voice to count. And indeed, together with that of every other citizen, the collective voices deliver an environment for better democracy. In this regard, for democracy to deliver to the people, to deliver economic, social, and political dividends, it is important that we continue nursing democracy in our countries. There must be a democratically elected government put in office through free and fair elections, and one that is responsive and accountable to citizens, not some, but all citizens. For there to be free and fair elections, there are standards that have to be met, such as what? Ensuring voter registration for all eligible voters, citizens, inclusive participation, fair rules on political campaigns, ease of voting, very important, the independence of the electoral bodies in our jurisdictions are among the critical ingredients for democracy to maintain what we may call minimum standards. Strong political leadership is essential for a functioning democracy, and strong institutions are indeed a cornerstone of a functioning democracy anywhere in the world. A democracy with strong institutions will be able to produce the essential tenets of a fully democratic government through, of course, separation of powers. This enables a system which promotes checks and balances. Strong institutions ensures that the rule of law is maintained, not sometimes, but all the time. For instance, an independent electoral management body would enable the citizenry to have trust in the government and effectively participate in the political process. It's not just an institution. The more independent, the more transparent is viewed by citizens, the more citizens will come forward to participate in the affairs of their country. Similarly, the rule of law thrives in a country with strong and independent institutions. Others may contend that there can be no strong institutions without strong leadership. Allow us to set the context by asking the following questions. Do we need strong leaders, or is it strong institutions that we needed for democracy to thrive. I shall repeat for emphasis. Do we need strong institutions, or we need strong leaders for democracy to thrive? Or perhaps we need a combination of the two. As earlier alluded to, we have with us today world leaders that will demonstrate what democracy can deliver and share positive arguments on whether we need strong leaders or strong institutions for democracy to thrive and deliver for our respective countries, wherever we are located on this global community, this planet of ours. We now hand over to the moderator to call upon the first speaker and carry on with the next. I thank you for your kind attention.
Now we have the Prime Minister of Sweden.
President Hichilema, Excellencies and dear friends, as we gather here today at the Summit for Democracy, supporting Ukraine's freedom and democracy against Russia's illegal and unprovoked full-scale invasion must be our #1 priority. For the Swedish government, nothing is more important right now. We are proud to provide military, political, financial, and humanitarian support. The fight for democracy is fought in Ukraine every day right now. Sweden is a long-time partner to Ukraine in its important decentralization reforms that has made Ukraine's democratic institutions stronger and its society more resilient. Currently, we are developing a strategy for Ukraine on reform cooperation and reconstruction for the coming years, in which democracy and human rights will be central components. In Ukraine, and indeed everywhere, strong and independent democratic institutions are the best insurance for regional and global peace and security. All of us national leaders invited here today are deeply aware that we are servants of the people and that our current positions are a temporary loan. Strong institutions, a professional public administration, an independent judiciary, free media, an empowered parliament, an engaged civil society, and independent oversight mechanisms. They are all deliver growth and prosperity and empower citizens. These institutions are the product of our democratic norms, and their strength depends on those norms being upheld. Authoritarian governments have a different roadmap. They strip public institutions of their independence, they eliminate checks and balances, and open up the doors for corruption, which is a well-known recipe for weakened economic performance, deteriorated security, and faded social trust. And at the international level, authoritarian regimes are trying to reintroduce a philosophy of might makes right, disregarding international law and undermining the multilateral system. Nevertheless, the rules-based international order remains strong and continues to serve the world, small and large countries alike. Sweden has long been a champion of and a donor to democracy and human rights, building inclusive institutions and supporting the rule of law. Together, we will continue to show that democracy delivers peace, development, and human dignity. Thank you so much.
Next, we will hear from the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you, President Hichilema, and let me also thank President Biden for bringing us together today. The UK pioneered democracy in its parliamentary form in a story that started over 800 years ago. It didn't develop according to a blueprint or indeed a smooth process of evolution. It was a story of struggle and compromise, a battle for rights and representation, a story where the protagonists were not just people, but also institutions. Our parliament, our judiciary, our media, and a strong civil society are all at the heart of our democracy. They ensure that executive power is held accountable and kept in check. And because they are the pillars which support our democracy, these institutions also support our stability and prosperity. So they must be protected at home and abroad. And that's what the UK's new Defending Democracy Task Force is all about. It's why we're improving our cyber defences and protections against illicit finance. And it's why we're standing with Ukraine against Russia's relentless attack on the Ukrainian people, their sovereignty, and their democracy. It's right that the world has condemned their actions in the UN General Assembly. And now we're seeing efforts to subvert democracy in Georgia and Moldova too. So we're working with our friends in those nations and beyond to strengthen democratic institutions. We're launching a new centre of expertise on democratic governance. We're helping partners defend against cyber attacks and disinformation. And we're co-leading the Technology for Democracy cohort as part of this summit, harnessing the power of tech for good. We're also continuing to build the Global Media Freedom Coalition that we co-founded with Canada. Earlier this month, we announced additional funding for the BBC World Service, countering disinformation. And we're helping our partners to tackle the corruption that undermines democratic institutions. In recent years, we've often heard that we're living through the twilight of democracy. But just look at the people of Ukraine, or the protesters on the streets of Tbilisi or Tehran. Their determination to defend and demand their rights and freedoms should inspire us all. It shows us that the cause of democracy is more vital than ever. It reminds us of our duty to nurture, protect, and promote it. And together, I know that that's exactly what we will all do. Thank you.
Now we have the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Greetings from the Bahamas. President Hichilema, it's good to see you. It is an honor to join you for this plenary session. And I begin by thanking the United States, Costa Rica, the Republic of Korea, the Netherlands, and Zambia for bringing us together. I have the privilege of governing a free and sovereign and democratic nation. This year, we celebrate our 50th year of independence. We have built strong democratic traditions and institutions, and democratic life here is vigorous and vibrant. Yet, no nation can afford complacency. As times change, as new challenges arise, we are obligated to continually renew our commitment to the essential liberties and dignity of each of our citizens. Unfortunately, even long-standing democracies can be vulnerable to the erosion of key democratic values and institutions. Around the world, we have seen independent electoral authorities weakened, high courts undermined, checks and balances diminished, and critics persecuted. Yet, we've also seen citizens build coalitions and rise up to protest such moves, in some cases to great effect, showing their profound understanding that while democracies are inevitably imperfect, no better system has yet been invented for upholding freedoms. Colleagues, it is up to all of us to ensure our democratic institutions keep pace with a broad and complex array of policy challenges. And we must not do so despite the fact that it has never been so easy for bad actors to manipulate and distort the truth, undermining the discourse essential in healthy democracies and undercutting the ability of citizens to make informed choices. We cannot ignore the insidious, corrosive effects of disinformation. At a time when all of us need to engage our citizens in debate about a dangerous new climate change era, about the promises and perils of artificial intelligence, and about how best to deliver sustainable and inclusive economic growth, we find that first we must fight our way past deliberate distortions. Disinformation creates cynicism, amplifies division, and degrades trust. There are no shortcuts to fighting manipulation and propaganda. Efforts will require innovation, ingenuity, collaboration, and resources. In closing, I ask you to consider this. Small island developing states, like the Bahamas, are on the front lines of climate change. But no country is safe from the impacts of a changing climate. And as such, impacts intensify, the pressure on borders, on food production, and on stability and security will increase too. In order to avoid the most dire outcomes, we will need to coordinate and cooperate in partnership and across borders to achieve net zero in emissions. The energy transition will inevitably be disruptive and harder or impossible to achieve unless citizens of every country can share a consensus on the underlying facts. So, let us be united in acknowledging the stakes as we fight for truth and democracy. I thank you.
And now, the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany.
President Hichilema, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I am participating in today's discussion and alongside democratic leaders from around the world. Together we aim to strengthen democracy, promote freedom and stand up for the right of citizens to choose their leaders and their country's policies. Today we reaffirm our continued commitment to strengthening our institutions, the rule of law and good governance. I again wish to thank President Biden for his outstanding leadership with regard to this extremely important global issue. Making our democracies more resilient against threats from within and from without has become even more pressing since Russia launched its apparent war on Ukraine. Russia's leadership perceives its democratic neighbor as a threat, because if Ukraine is successful as a country, Putin will need to explain to his own citizens why they cannot enjoy the same level of freedom and prosperity. That is why Putin wants to subjugate Ukraine, one of the reasons. Critics of democracy sometimes claim that autocracies are more effective because, according to them, autocratic rulers can pursue long-term goals and implement tough decisions more easily. Indeed, the very opposite is true. As democratic leaders, we have to answer to our people. We have to defend our cause. We have to stand the test of elections. And it is precisely this which leads to institutions that are widely accepted and strong, and to policies that deliver for the people. The economist Branko Milanovic once called this constant consultation with the population the instrumental advantage of democracies. He couldn't be more right. My country, Germany, has its very own history of overcoming a terrible totalitarian past, of developing a stable and prosperous democracy, thanks to our friends and allies. Today, Germany supports democracy and good governance globally. To name just one example, together with UNDP, we launched the Africa Election Fund in January. It provides support to free and fair electoral processes. So let me invite all of you to join in this effort to strengthen democracy on our neighboring continent. Of course, democratic resilience is much broader than elections alone. Through our international cooperation, we are supporting democracy at the local level, enabling citizens to participate in matters directly affecting them. We are working closely together with civil society organizations, and we are promoting access to justice and anti-corruption efforts, thus reducing the potential for violence, as well as stabilizing societies that have experienced conflict. Democracy prevails. Democracy prevails because it develops institutions that are both resilient and responsive to citizens' preferences. Democracy prevails because open debates and free critical media help us to find the best solutions. And finally, democracy prevails because, as democracies, we stand united. We stand with Ukraine and will do so for as long as it takes. And we will always stand with those people worldwide who work for freedom, dignity, and human rights. Thank you very much.
Next up is the President of the Republic of Kosovo.
President Biden, President Hichilema, fellow leaders, I am delighted to join you all today to discuss why and how democracy delivers strong institutions. And if I may say, there are a few countries better placed to talk about these developments in modern times than the Republic of Kosovo. Just 24 years ago, following the humanitarian intervention to halt ongoing genocide against my people, millions of Kosovar refugees returned to their homeland after being forcibly deported, leaving everything behind in the pursuit of safety. Following years of death and destruction, our people returned to find their homes, their institutions, and their country burned to the ground by Milosevic's genocidal regime. We rose from those ashes as a nation, and 15 years ago, guided by the unwavering resolve of our people, Kosovo declared independence and formed institutions that are today the embodiment of freedom and democracy. We have come a long way since then. Today, Kosovo is a strong, democratic, independent, and freedom-loving country, and just this year has ranked as the third most improved democracy globally. Our continuous democratic development remains truly unrivaled. Indeed, my country has been one of the most active participants in the Summit for Democracy's Year of Action, with concrete steps taken to strengthen our justice system and strengthen the rule of law, as well as the role of women in public life and in society, to name but a few. Democracy is the path our people chose, and we continue to choose it every single day through exemplary elections, peaceful transition of power, upholding media freedoms, and the highest constitutional protections of human rights afforded to minority groups. But there is much work still to be done, and we will continue to tirelessly pursue our collective project of strengthening democratic institutions. The determination of the people of Kosovo comes from knowing the darkness of decades of occupation and oppression. That is why we stand so firmly with the people of Ukraine, and why we will continue to support them in this important cause of defending freedom and democracy. So, dear colleagues, I want this moment to also serve as a reminder of the contribution you have all made. Kosovo today is free and a democratic country also because you chose not to look away, but instead to stand with the oppressed, against tyranny, and against genocidal regimes. We remain eternally grateful to your indispensable contribution for my country's very existence. You didn't just help strengthen democracy and institutions, you saved lives, and you've helped shape our modern history by standing up for what is right. And today, I want to take the opportunity to call on friendly nations across the world to stand with Kosovo today, and for those that have not yet recognized our statehood and our democratic institutions, to join the majority of nations in the world and do so. You will not just gain a friend, you will gain a committed ally. As a frontline democracy in the heart of Europe, we don't only work to strengthen democracy within our borders, we work with allies everywhere to ensure that we defend it in our region and across the world. We will work tirelessly to protect and preserve our democracy, to eradicate the destabilizing forces within our region, and to fend off the autocrats whose appetites for destruction and war remain strong. Because as President Biden has recently reminded us, autocrats must be opposed, not appeased. Dear colleagues, I speak here before you not just as the President of the Republic of Kosovo, but as a child of war and a former refugee. Alongside my fellow citizens, we have turned our pain and suffering into a life dedicated to building democracy and strengthening the institutions that form the pillars of our success. I invite you all to continue to stand by us, and we will continue to be your reliable partner and a champion of democracy worldwide. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you all.
And now, the President of the Republic of Colombia.
A very special greeting to the President of Zambia, Hakainde Hichilema, and the organizers of this event, as well as all the heads of states present defending the human rights and the citizens in general. I believe that we are in a democracy in question, a questioned democracy.
Monsieur le Président Hichilema, cher Hakainde, chers collègues, merci de nous réunir à nouveau pour nous rappeler collectivement la force des valeurs démocratiques que nous avons ici tous.
We all have values that we are sharing, and they are very important to us in terms of our shared inheritance. They differentiate our civilizations. Democracy is never something we can take for granted. It's a challenge that needs to be taken on again and again. It is based on certain responsibilities, and each generation has to perfect democracy. This is the second point I would like to address today with you. What kind of democracy should we have today in our international system? We have so much that remains to be done for peace and stability, which are endangered by the climate change crisis. We absolutely need strong and legitimate institutions. Our current system was founded in 1945. And back then, we didn't have 193 countries, and we didn't have the crises that we're confronting today. That is why I fundamentally believe that we have to rethink democratically, collectively, our international institutions so that they can take on the major challenges of today. That is the work that the UN Secretary General has taken on, and I would like to commend him on this work. This is very concrete work, rethinking our multilateral financial institutions. And in Paris next June, I've invited everyone to join me in meeting on this topic. We must think about our collective actions for the common good, whether this involves nature, the climate change crisis, or other issues. We are experiencing degrowth in our societies, and there are interests of private companies that are getting in the way, but there are also people who are trying to make their voices heard, and that's perfectly legitimate. It is up to us, those of us who believe that democracy is essential, to avoid seeing our world fragmented. When we're facing planetary challenges, we must find common ground. We will not be up to the challenge if we shy away from these challenges. Institutions must undergo reforms, but democracies must remain fundamentally solid and adapt to change. That is why I am so delighted to have this partnership with all of you. Dear Chair, thank you for allowing me to work together with you on this partnership that supports democracy, whether it's at meetings in Paris, meetings in leading up to the next COP conference. France is going to organize an ocean conference in 2024, and this is the same spirit that we must work in when it comes to digital challenges. The Christchurch call is part of this. There's the Laboratory for the Protection of Children that we've put together with other democracies. We must come up with alliances and international partnerships in order to take into account today's reality and today's challenges in our democracies and to make our democracies stronger, rather. Thank you.
President of the Republic of Colombia.
Very special greetings to President Ichile. In my opinion, crucial to the world, basic reasons. First of all, undoubtedly, there's been a crisis that I would call one of civilization, comprehensive, which brings together a disease or diseases, economic crisis, and the climate crisis, which are the causes of war and others. These crises lead to fears in world society, fears that have to do with the fear of immigrants, for instance, the fear of women, the fear of losing comfort due to the climate crisis. These fears mean that substantial parts of society have abandoned the democratic project in many countries of the world, and where the danger of a world 1933 expand. 1933 was the year in which the Nazis came into power. Given this challenge, in my opinion, the democratic project must become radical in that it must become more deep. And that would imply 5 aspects that I would like to put before you. First of all, institutions are strong institutions if they represent the people, if they seek social consensus. Second, we have to make sure that invasions be an international crime. Not only this one, but all international invasions. Third, we have to build women's equality. Fourth, global democracy must be multilateral, of course, and with the power to plan, a power that is essential if we wish, number 5, an economy without carbon, where productivity will become free time for people and where productivity ends up being true equality for human society. I believe that these criteria are essential if we want to, as I said, radicalize democracy and put it before everyone as a strong, viable, and alternative project, one that is an alternative to humanity's crisis. Thank you.
And now, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland.
President Hichilema and dear colleagues, and let me begin by thanking President Biden for convening us here today. There is no shortage of urgent challenges facing us. The deepening climate crisis requires immediate action from all countries, as the new IPCC report demonstrates. Growing inequalities within and between societies continue to be a grave challenge. Democracy is not a given, and it depends on those claiming it. It evolves and needs to be actively strengthened and protected against authoritarian tendencies. We need to take control when it comes to new technologies and AI, ensuring that they strengthen democratic processes and human rights instead of undermining basic principles and values. Political leaders, and yes, we need strong democratic political leaders, need to combine efforts to combat social exclusion and disinformation, and they need to be combined with new visions of the collective good, which can appeal to the public and strengthen their sense of social belonging. But we also need to have strong democratic institutions, including democratic political parties and strong and independent media. Dear colleagues, war has returned to Europe with Russia's senseless illegal war against Ukraine. Iceland is currently chairing the Council of Europe, one of Europe's oldest and largest organizations with 46 member states. And our chairmanship will include a summit in May where European leaders will come together in Reykjavik to recommit and reaffirm their commitment to fundamental values underpinning the organization: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. We will discuss the organization's role regarding the urgent challenges I've already mentioned, such as ensuring the right to a healthy environment and addressing human rights in relation to AI and the digital space. But we will also convene in Iceland to support Ukraine. I am hopeful that the Council of Europe will take practical decisions in Reykjavik to ensure accountability for the crimes committed. One such step is the setting up of a register to record and document evidence and claims for damage, loss, or injury resulting from the Russian aggression. Dear colleagues, to conclude, even at times of war, gender equality needs to be on our agenda. Sustainable Development Goal number 5 on gender equality is one of the 17 goals that we are furthest away from achieving. It has been stated that it will take 300 more years to achieve full gender equality. And actually now we are witnessing a serious pushback when it comes to gender equality and also the rights of LGBTI persons. So ensuring gender equality and human rights is fundamental to any democracy. And this is what we need to be working on right now to strengthen our democracies, is to think of that important interlinkage between democracy, human rights, and gender equality. Thank you.
In closing, we will now turn back to the President of the Republic of Zambia.
We want to thank, I think it's my duty really to thank all the leaders that joined us in this session for adding your voice to the theme, democracy delivering strong institutions. You have all said good things, useful, valuable things. This demonstrates our resolve as leaders to work together in safeguarding our democracies. The servant leadership is important for delivering democracy. I believe this is equally fundamental. We also need democracy to deliver strong institutions, and I'm delighted that one of the leaders has raised the issue with regard to strong political parties, strong democratic political parties that are ingredients to the need for strong institutions in our democratic dispensations. It is also important that strong institutions should and will ensure that even as there is change of leadership, change of administration, good governance is guaranteed. I want to use the example of Zambia. I'm the 7th president of the Republic of Zambia. 7th. And out of these 7, 4 of us have come from different political parties. And every time there's been change of government, of leadership, we've done it peacefully, democratically, and this is very important. I think is part of the reason that we think Zambia has to add to the experiences of democracies in our continent, on our continent, and indeed in our global community. It is true that with strong institutions, accountability and transparency is safeguarded. Strong institutions also guarantee independence and autonomy in decision-making, and of course, service delivery to those that put us in public office, the people, our citizens in our countries, democratic countries. It is only in coming and working together, as well as sharing experiences, as we have done today, that will continue to create a world that is free and fair, of course, for everyone, not for a few, as we continuously demonstrate that democracy one, democracies many, can deliver for our people across the world. Truly, it's been a pleasure to chair this session and also to thank the US government and our co-chairs for this second session on democracy, if you like, summit, so to say. But for this session, it's been a pleasure for me to share it and to listen to my colleagues from different parts of the world. Thank you all leaders, and thank you to all those that listened into this session and those that tuned in, obviously from different parts of the world. Thank you very much. Good day.
presentation from the Global Democracy Coalition, representing over 100 civil society organizations that work to support democracy and human rights around the world.
Hello, we're the Global Democracy Coalition.
And we have a message from civil society organizations. We're here to help,
just like we have been.
For decades, members of civil society have shown up to nondescript buildings, grand halls,
or out in our communities to address humanity's most pressing challenges,
or advance its greatest possibilities.
From apartheid to the fall of the wall,
the Quit movement to the Umbrella Revolution
in Ukraine and Iran,
and aside democracy movements around the world, civil society organizations have been persistently advancing democracy.
While we've faced headwinds in a context of shrinking civic space,
when you zoom out to the century or millennia level, the progress we have made together is extraordinary.
But we're eager to make even more progress with you.
When we're at the table and empowered, we bring knowledge and resolve to help achieve what has long been just beyond attainability.
And now is the time to act.
Autocrats and dictators should be worried.
We have more tools, knowledge, and capacity than ever before. Though naturally, there is more to do.
And we have to do it together.
We need governments to step up.
Now more than ever.
To partner with us and drive democracy forward.
Globally. In 2021, the Global Democracy Coalition was formed.
Following the first Summit for Democracy, we convened over 100 organizations from civil society, academic institutions, and international organizations with a singular purpose: to strengthen, advance, and protect democracy.
With a diverse and dynamic collection of institutional knowledge and experiences, now connected and cataloged,
our coalition is formalizing informal networks,
bringing data on best practices,
championing agendas, convening and collaborating to advance democracy.
With passion and creativity, we are formalizing this network of actors, strengthening the relationships between civil society and government,
and shining lights on efforts that bolster democracy. Since the first Summit for Democracy, partners of the coalition have worked in more than 100 countries to strengthen democracy in different ways.
Supported nationwide consultations for Sierra Leone's first gender equality law.
Supported the democratic opposition in developing a federal democracy charter for democratic Myanmar.
Supported multi-party dialogue in countries such as Ethiopia.
Supported human rights and democracy defenders fleeing authoritarian repression with emergency grants, created dialogue spaces for civil society to engage with governments in improving and further developing new Summit for Democracy commitments in countries such as Nepal, DRC, and Moldova.
Built an international network of democracy activists inside and in exile from authoritarian contexts
to facilitate strategy exchanges and provide skills training.
Participated in creating the global network for securing electoral integrity to strengthen efforts to protect elections.
Co-led or engaged in all Summit for Democracy cohorts, working with civil society and governments to identify actions to strengthen democracy. For example, providing advocacy and action grants to strengthen youth activism.
And we've hosted dialogues to discuss everything from Summit for Democracy country commitments to the work of the cohorts and to model democratic commitments and civil society engagement.
We've mapped our programs by thematic areas of engagement and country coverage. Just in the year since our formation, we have facilitated exchanges of critical information through building a digital democracy library of open source knowledge and training resources
to facilitate access to knowledge on democracy building and advocacy.
The Global Democracy Coalition is supporting civil society and governments to coordinate and accelerate democracy.
Our partners know that civil society plays a critical role in achieving our collective aims of enhancing, building, and securing democracy.
Within our broad coalition and among citizens around the world, we have the commitment, knowledge, and resolve to renew the most effective, inclusive, and sustainable form of government there is: democracy.
But for us to be truly effective, we need to be working hand in hand with government, with you.
Partner with us.
Partner with us. Let's drive democracy forward globally.
And now a spotlight presentation from Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya and Natalia Pinchuk of Belarus.
We are from Belarus, a country that is not free, a country that has lived under brutal tyranny for 28 years, a country where people are deprived of their basic human rights, a country governed by fear, where even whispering the word freedom can land you in jail. The hardest lesson we've learned these years is that freedom is never given for free. It comes with a demand. And independence is not guaranteed forever either. These values require courage, responsibility, and self-sacrifice. They need people who are ready to put the interest of others first. And one of these people is Natalia. I met her only recently, but I have long admired her bravery. The case of your husband, noted democracy activist and political prisoner Ales Belyatsky, is legendary amongst all Belarusians. For 35 years, Natalia supported Ales as he fought peacefully for Belarus independence, taking a risk in times of communist dictatorship, as he defended Belarusians who were persecuted by the regime. A year ago, when Ales was detained, she became his main advocate. During the presentation of the Nobel Peace Prize to him last year, she spoke on his behalf, calling on the world to be decisive in support of the Belarusian people in their fight for democracy and survival of Belarus as an independent state. Many call our revolution a women's revolution precisely because of courageous people such as Natalia.
Многія гады Беларусь была шэрай плямай на мапе Еўропы, нягледзячы на мірную барацьбу супраць дыктатуры многіх адважных людзей, у тым ліку майго мужа. Але ў 2020 годзе вобраз Беларусі змяніўся. На здзіўленне многіх выклік самаўладства кінула жанчына. Светлана Тsikhanouskaya не збіралася ісці ў палітыку, але калі арыштавалі яе мужа Сергея, які вырашыў ісці ў прэзідэнты, яна зарэгістравалася замест яго. Улада не ўспрыняла яе ўсур'ёз і моцна паплацілася. Светлана перамагла. Але рэжым не прыняў волю народа і пры падтрымцы Масквы пачаў тэрор супраць беларусаў. Светлана ж працуе дзеля свайго народу. Яна стала сапраўднай лідаркай у вачах беларусаў і свету. Яна стварае будучыню для беларускай дэмакратычнай дзяржавы, пераадольваючы страх і траўмы. І я ведаю, як цяжка быць моцнай, калі твой муж у турме. Я сумую па мужу Алесю і адчуваю увесь боль Светланы.
When you get married, you vow loyalty to each other. We wanted to live simple lives and raise our children in love. But life doesn't always pan out the way you hoped. This is when you have to stay loyal to your vows. The situation in Belarus and Ukraine today is also a test of loyalty for the world. How strong is the marriage between democracies and freedom? How strong is the commitment to self-determination? We, women, stay true to our husbands who are taken hostage and tortured by the dictator. Our country and our people are hostages too. Yet the people of Belarus stay true to the ideals of democracy. We want freedom for our husbands. We want freedom for our country.
Мы гаворым з вами не толькі таму, што мы маці альбо жонкі. І не толькі таму, што маем дзяцей, якіх любім і абараняем. Мы тут, бо мы беларусы. Мы тут таму, што ад гэтага рэжыму пакутуюць людзі. Рэжым садзіць у турмы ўсіх тых, хто не згодны, і спальвае нашы надзеі. І кошт гэтага магчымая страта незалежнасці Беларусі.
Dictatorship is like cancer. It grows unless it is removed completely. If just one cancer cell remains, it will return with deadly force. And the cancer of tyranny must be fought, not compromised. After the crackdown of 2020, the regime felt complete impunity and became a threat to the entire region. It hijacked a Ryanair flight, orchestrated a migration crisis, and eventually dragged our country into Russia's bloody war against Ukraine.
Калі пачалася вайна, у Беларусі ўзмацніліся рэпрэсіі. Тысячы былі кінутыя за краты не толькі за пратэсты супраць рэжыму, але і за антываенную пазіцыю. Асабліва рэпрэсуюць тых, хто выступае за незалежнасць Беларусі ад Расіі, абараняе беларускую ідэнтычнасць, мову і культуру.
The fact is that independence, freedom, and peace are interconnected. The war of Russia against Ukraine clearly showed that the struggle for independence from Imperial Russia is also a struggle for freedoms and human rights. And the fight against the pro-Russian dictatorship in Belarus is a contribution to the victory of a free Ukraine, because the fates of Ukraine and Belarus are intertwined. War in Europe will never end unless our common enemy, the tyrants of Moscow and Minsk, are defeated, not appeased.
Безумоўна, перамены ў Беларусі справа саміх беларусаў. Мы яе самі распачалі і завершым. Але шлях мірнага, негвалтоўнага супраціву, які мы абралі, будзе паспяховы толькі пры моцнай міжнароднай падтрымцы і салідарнасці. Я веру, што і Алесь Беляцкі, і Сергей Ціхановскі, і тысячы беларусаў выйдуць з турму. Я веру, што беларусы перамогуць, бо наша барацьба справядлівая. Мы адбудуем нашу краіну і аб'яднаем наш народ вакол ідэі свабоды.
Democracy may seem fragile, and tyranny can seem invincible. But what we all know is that dictatorship ends in chaos, whilst democracy ends in prosperity and peace. Belarusians have already made their choice of free European democratic and stable future. So help us to defend this choice. Help us to win our country back. Живи Беларусь!
Живе Беларусь!
Democracy delivers trust, progress, and freedom, something we can never take for granted.
Democracy delivers free, fair, and indeed transparent elections.
Democracy delivers a world where instead of the government owning the people own the government.
Democracy delivers a secure, stable, and prosperous world for future generations.
Democracy delivers the freedom to choose your own path.
Democracy delivers freedom, peace, and prosperity.
Democracy delivers freedom, prosperity, and truly inclusive digital society.
Democracy delivers liberty, equality, opportunity, and justice as long as we keep working for it.
Democracy delivers.
We on? Wait for the cue. Shall I begin? Hello, everyone. Let me start by apologizing for the slight cold I have. That's the only thing that's happening to me these days. Let me start by thanking everyone for participating in the second Summit of Democracies, for democracy, I should say. But more importantly, thank you for the work you've put in over the last 15 months to deliver on commitments you made to each other and to our peoples for the first summit from the first summit at our democracy. Look, you know, that's the power of these summits. Not just to speak high-minded words and shine a spotlight on those critical issues, but to galvanize action and translate to concrete progress for people around the world. That's how we make democracy deliver for everyone. And here's what I hope everyone gathered here and everyone watching around the world takes away from this summit. It's working. It's working. You know, when we gathered here in December of 2021, the sentiment in too many places around the world was that democracy's best days were behind us. Democracy had declined by some measures for 15 consecutive years. But this year, we can say there's a different story to tell. Thanks to the commitment of leaders and global gathered today and the persistence of people in every region of the world demanding their rights be respected and their voices being heard, we're seeing real indications that we're turning the tide here. As I often say, we're at an inflection point in history here. When the decisions we make today are going to affect the course of our world for the next several decades for certain. We're going forward from this summit. Our job is to keep building on our progress so we don't start heading in the wrong direction again, to keep the momentum going. This is a turning point for our world toward greater freedom, greater dignity, and greater democracy. Here in the United States, we've demonstrated that our democracy can still do big things and deliver important progress for working Americans. We're bringing down the cost of essentials like prescription drugs and health insurance premiums. We're giving families a little bit more, my dad used to say, a little bit more breathing room. We're rebuilding America's infrastructure, driving innovation and tackling the climate crisis all while creating good union jobs and investing in communities that too often have been left behind in the past. We're also demonstrating the resilience of American democracy. During our free, fair, and secure elections last fall, America's first national election since January 6th attack on our capital, voters resoundingly and roundly rejected the voices of extremism, attacking and undermining our democracy. The right to vote, to have your vote counted, is a threshold of democracy and liberty everywhere in the world. And with it, anything is possible. Without it, in my view, nothing is possible. That's why earlier this year, I was proud to sign the Bipartisan Electoral Count Reform Act to ensure American elections continue to reflect the will of the American people and protect the peaceful transfer of power. You know, we're going to keep working to further strengthen protections by working to pass what we call the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. They're just to further strengthen our democracy. And it's not just the United States that's delivering on our commitment and demonstrating the power of democracy. Angola is taking steps to build an independent judiciary, creating three new regional courts of appeal, which are going to help process cases more quickly. The Dominican Republic has modernized its anti-corruption law to create more than 100 anti-corruption offices at local levels. Croatia is implementing a multi-year anti-corruption plan to increase government transparency and better oversee public procurement. And there are many more examples I could give, but I'm not going to take the time. In many other countries, for every person from countries taking the first steps toward reform to well-established democracies, of people making real changes to protect and strengthen their democracy. Look, all we know, it's not easy. This has never been easy. Democracy is hard work. The work of democracy is never finished. It's never laid down and that's it. All you have to do is it must be protected constantly. We have to continually renew our commitment, continually strengthen our institutions, root out corruption where we find it, seek to build consensus and reject political violence, give hate and extremism no safe harbor. We have to continue our efforts to advance the rights and dignity, and I emphasize the word dignity, of all people, including women and girls. You know, because wherever women and girls are under threat, democracy, peace, and stability are at risk as well. And we can't achieve our goals if we're leaving more than half the world's population out of the solution. We just heard from two incredible women who made an incredible case regarding Belarus. They're not only women, they're leaders. They deserve, and all women deserve, to be represented. Moreover, when we advance equality and racial justice and invest in young people, protect the LGBTQ plus individuals, our societies are not only fairer, but they're stronger and more successful. Democracy demands full and equal participation of all of our citizens. That's how we unleash the human potential and put ourselves in the strongest possible position to to take on the shared challenges, and I emphasize shared challenges. And when democracies stand together, we reinforce and amplify each other's efforts to great effect. And we've seen it over and over again. Democracy stepping up to lead and to solve problems together, not just for our own people, but for the world. From our work to coordinate a global response to the COVID-19 pandemic to strengthen global health security, so we're better prepared to prevent and respond to future global health threats, to our commitment to raise our ambitions on climate goals that we have, to preserve our planet, literally preserve our planet for future generations, to making sure parents can feed their children, strengthening food security by building more sustainable and resilient food systems around the globe, and the unprecedented unity we've seen from democracies condemning Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine and standing in solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people as they defend their democracy. So today, the United States is building on our enduring commitment to boost democracy globally. At the first Summit of Democracy, I launched the Presidential Initiative for Democratic Renewal, committed more than $400 million to shore up transparent and accountable governance, support for media freedom, to fighting international corruption, stand with democracy and democratic reformers, promote technology that advances democracy, defend elections. Now, working in close cooperation with the United States Congress, we plan to add another $690 million for new funding for the presidential initiative over the next 2 years. And over the course of 3 years, my administration intends to work with Congress to commit $9.5 billion across all our efforts to advance democracy around the world. We're all safer when that occurs. We're creating a new Bureau of Democracy and Human Rights and Governance at USAID to implement many of these funding commitments to enhance our support for democratic initiatives globally. You know, one key focus of our democracy work will be in making sure that technologies can continue to develop that are used to advance democratic governance, not used to undermine it. As part of this, early this week, I signed an executive order here in the United States to restrict U.S. government's use of commercial spyware that has been abused to target dissidents, activists, and journalists around the world, including in the United States. U.S. taxpayer dollars should not support companies that are willing to sell their products to abate human rights and violations, abet human rights violations. And I want to thank those countries who are joining us this week in committing to regulate the use of commercial spyware. This effort is one of many my administration is leading in the digital space for strengthening tools for internet freedom, to better protecting activists and journalists from cyber threats, harassment, abuse, and shaping emerging technologies like artificial intelligence so that they deliver and develop things that are in line with our values. And as you can probably tell, strengthening democracy is a subject about which I'm somewhat passionate. I believe this is a defining challenge of our age. And today, we can say with pride that the democracies of the world are getting stronger, not weaker. Autocracies of the world are getting weaker, not stronger. That's a direct result of all of us coming together with confidence in ourselves and conviction in our cause. Governments from around the globe, representatives of civil society and business, democratic activists and trade unionists, people who refuse to stand silent at attempts to erode their rights. All of us are making the choice to be leaders of our world and what our world needs, to make democracy stronger, to keep the torch of liberty burning for ourselves and generations to come. We have to keep going, and we will. Thanks to the Republic of Korea for stepping forward to host the next Summit for Democracies. And we'll sustain this forum as a driver of progress, and the anchor for our commitment to one another. So thank you all again for participating. I look forward to all of you, each one of you, to hearing from you. And I know I'm now going to turn this over to the President of Slovakia. Madam President, it's all yours.
President Biden, Excellencies, dear all, thank you for bringing us together. This is the time we must all mobilize. We need to defend and strengthen democracy. As a NATO and European Union member, Slovakia will do its share, not just in Ukraine, our neighbor. Russia's aggression is a threat to global peace and democracy. Our support, including military aid, helps the Ukrainians protect their rights in line with the UN Charter. The world support for Ukraine's defense fight must continue for as long as it takes. This is our joint investment in peace and democracy. But we must also do more to strengthen democracy at home. Our citizens need to see that democracy responds to their needs. The democracy guarantees true equality before the law, better public service, more transparency, and less corruption. They must feel that democracy helps bridge, not amplify, differences. Slovakia had a productive year of action. We focused on improving the rule of law and our judicial system. Independent judiciary must be a public service available to all citizens and businesses. We introduced a new court system, which has increased accountability of judges and prosecutors while preserving their independence. Corruption is another major threat to democracy. It destroys public trust in our institutions. We set up a new independent agency to protect whistleblowers. Our register of beneficial owners helps prevent money laundering in our public procurement system. It will serve as a legal standard across Europe. We invite other global partners to join. Democracies also face attacks on free media and increase of disinformation. These are mostly spread through social media. We cannot be naive and allow freedom of speech to be a cover for verbal crimes, hate speech, and lies. 5 years ago, a young Slovak investigative journalist and his fiancée were murdered for his work. Last year, a radicalized teenager killed 2 young queer people in the streets of our capital. He got radicalized on social media. In response, we launched a system to protect journalists if they face threats. We also increased our support for media freedom and independent journalism in Ukraine and the Western Balkans. But we must do more and increase the accountability of social media platforms. Their business model is based on encouraging the lowest of emotions, polarization and fragmentation. Dear all, we are living in times of several crises. We cannot allow democracy to be the victim of this crisis, because democracy is the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Chaputova. We'd like to turn now to Malawi President Chakwera. Mr. President.
Your Excellency, Mr. Joseph Biden, President of the United States of America, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when Ukraine came under attack just over a year ago, every democracy represented at this summit understood that this was an aggression not just against Ukraine, but against liberty itself. It was therefore altogether appropriate and right for every nation that loves freedom to not only condemn it with words, but to stand with Ukraine with action. When I spoke with President Zelensky a few months ago to pledge my support of his country's cause, it was out of my conviction that when any democracy comes under attack in a way that claims the lives of hundreds of its citizens, displaces hundreds of thousands of its people, destroys its economy and infrastructure, and threatens the enjoyment of freedom and human rights within its borders, It is simply not enough for other democracies to offer words of solidarity. It is therefore commendable that the nations gathered here have continued to give Ukraine the resource support it needs to safeguard its liberty. And I pray that this deployment of support continues. My appeal today is that this same spirit be extended to democracies like Malawi that are also under attack from a different adversary, climate change. In the last 3 weeks, Tropical Cyclone Freddy has killed over 500 Malawians, with just as many still missing, has destroyed over 40 roads, washed away over 100,000 homes, leaving over 500,000 people homeless, and their enjoyment of freedom and human rights in jeopardy. And considering that Malawi did not bring this attack on itself, but is suffering the consequences of industrial actions by other nations, I ask you this one question. Is it not a moral duty for you who love freedom to come to Malawi's aid with substantial resources for relief and reconstruction that address the global challenge of climate injustice? I believe it is. So I implore you all to respond to Malawi's present distress call with more than words of solidarity and crumbs of tokenism. That is the only way we can show the world that we are as committed to seeing democracy deliver climate justice in the global south. While we are grateful for the initial support we received, I must commend President Zelensky's approach, for his government has taken the initiative to first ask us what we need so as to respond in ways that make a lasting difference. That's the way to go. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Chakwera. We turn now to President Zelensky of Ukraine. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Biden. Thank you for this summit, for another step in consolidating the world in defense of freedom. Dear colleagues, now is a decisive time, and it is our joint responsibility. What exactly will determine this time? Will we pass on to our children and grandchildren the values of freedom that we have ourselves, or will they have to fight for democracy from scratch? Modern generations of many democratic countries do not know from their life experience that freedom cannot be taken for granted. Most people can only learn about this from history textbooks, from the stories of wars of independence that took place generations ago and battles of freedom won by others. But the experience of the enemies of freedom is always fresh. They don't refer to textbooks. They know how to break democracy and destroy life. It is enough for them to have their slightest feeling that they can go unpunished, and then evil acts. This is where the threat to our values comes from. This is why democracy is in danger. Ukraine knows what it is to fight for democracy right now, and let our experience of preserving freedom during total war help protect the free world, each of your peoples. When you see Ukrainian cities burned by Russian aggression, and when you see brave Ukrainian soldiers that stop the movement of the aggression through our land, notice what you are actually seeing. This is deciding the fate of not only Ukraine, this is deciding the fate of everyone who is used to living freely. Russian propagandists and accomplices like that. Allegedly, the West is fighting against Russia on the territory of Ukraine. It's worse understanding what is really going on. It is Ukraine that tyrannical Russia is able to reach with its bloody hands, with missiles and artillery, bombs and tanks. But the Kremlin's ambitions does not and just where its hands reach. Russia has been at war with all of you for a long time, with the democracies of the world. It fights via disinformation, election interference, espionage, corruption, exporting, cybercrime by trying to trigger an energy crisis and price explosions in market that will hit your people with insane electricity or gas bills. Look, the Kremlin is trying to turn even food provision into a weapon, blocks the sea to create a shortage in the global food market. Why is this happening? This is war. Ladies and gentlemen, this is war precisely against freedom and democracy. Every foe of freedom acts in the same way. I emphasize they act. The enemies of freedom have not lost a single year in recent decades. They channeled all their time and unlimited money, which they gained in trade with the free world, to weaken and to corrupt and to undermine democracy. But have all the efforts of the free world been aimed at limiting the aggressive potential of tyrants and autocrats and bringing them to legal responsibility for their crimes? Unfortunately, no. We have to fix it. Democracy must be able to act and act in advance. Democracy must learn to be uncompromising in the face of evil. The spirit of democracy is to find a compromise, but this only works for internal freedom in a given country. We should get rid of the illusion that compromising with evil can give something to freedom. The enemies of democracy must lose. And only these can be the basis of true security for democracy. Embrace this Ukrainian determination. Ukrainian democracy maintains absolute internal unity, even in the face of a total war against our people. To win is our national goal. What does it mean to win? Our answer is clear: to preserve freedom, to preserve dignity, to preserve our land. But what is the strategy of the free world in relation to totalitarian Russia, which is looking for how to create more totalitarian allies in the world? Is there such a clear strategy? I will tell you what it should be. Clear answer. Evil must lose their war. If it loses now, it will know that it will always lose everywhere. First, we should not think how to save Putin's face in order to allegedly reduce the cost of fighting him. We should think how to preserve respect for democracy in those countries where freedom has yet to win. Second, when a fire breaks out, firefighters cannot wait months for fire trucks to be provided or accept that fire hydrants should be mandatory only for short distances. It works the same way in war. The more restrictions on the defenders, the more casualties and destruction, because the flames of aggression now know bounds. That is why the defense of democracy must have all the weapons that will reliably guarantee the defeat of the aggressor. Third, Russians must contribute to protection the world from their Kremlin, whose impunity they have tolerated. It is necessary to look for, freeze, and direct for recovering not only individual assets of the aggressor state and individual related parties, but all assets of Russia and Russian wealthy who have traded silence for increasing their wealth. They must have a motive to act in defense of freedom and to bring an end to this aggression and the Kremlin's terrorist rule. Dear colleagues, war makes things crystal clear. These days I visited our regions near the front line, and there you can see what aspects of leadership are needed now. When our fighters repel the assaults near Bakhmut, they cannot wait for weeks before firing an artillery shot in response to the enemy's actions. The fire must be immediate and neutralize the threat. All our decisions should be just as quick, but for some reason, sanctions against Russia are much slower than Russia's aggression. Global pressure on Russia elite is weaker than its motive to accept the Kremlin. Support for Ukrainian soldiers in the trenches is less far-reaching than the weapons of the terrorists acting against us. And your own willingness to defend your democracies is less resolute than the intentions of those who want a world war against democracy. Democracy needs a victory now, this year, not some other time, not over time, now. And we are able to ensure this. Ukraine and everyone who helps. And I'm sure we will, but act, please, colleagues. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your support, Mr. President, and to all colleagues. Glory to all who fight for freedom. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, President Zelensky. The floor is now to the President of Ecuador, President Lasso.
Querido Presidente Biden,
Dear President Biden, dear presidents and colleagues, more than a year has passed since our last meeting, at which point we were optimistic about a post-pandemic recovery that would allow for economic reactivation, adequate attention to the most affected, vulnerable populations, and increased cooperation among countries to assimilate and learn the lessons of that painful episode in recent world history. Unfortunately, the situation has changed, and since the end of February last year, we have been facing a reality marked by the violation of the principles of the United Nations Charter, with Russia's unjustified invasion of Ukraine, which has endangered international peace and security and has led to a humanitarian crisis that continues to deteriorate day by day and has exacerbated the nuclear threat. This has resulted in additional global problems, such as food insecurity and serious effects on economies, particularly in developing countries. In the face of this, what is left for us? Democracy. Because democracy, more than ever, is positioned as one of the most important values in the development of countries. Because it is what allows us to opt for peace and is consolidated with more democracy. Because it respects for human rights and the preservation of the environment. In addition to the global problems that affect all states, there are scourges whose harmful influence on human beings and society has multiplied, becoming, and I'm talking about transnational organized crime, which is one of the most dangerous threats of democracy. The scope of international or criminal organizations involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, migrant smuggling, arms trafficking, and murder, or illegal mining, amongst other criminal forms, have the potential of undermining the basis of democracy. These organizations tirelessly seek to influence the various spheres of politics and justice. We need urgent action at a regional as well as global scale. In fact, even the legitimate social protest and political differences, normal tools in a democratic system, have been sullied by the malicious ambition of these criminal organizations. Today, we see that these criminal organizations would be allegedly linked to social and political actors and groups whose objective is to promote destabilization, ungovernability, and chaos in order to operate freely. We will not allow this. The success of the fight against organized transnational crime depends largely on international cooperation. Since the resources and sophistication of criminal structures exceeds the national capacities of many of our countries. Hence, this summit is an excellent opportunity to reiterate our commitment to democracy, but also to translate our will into actions and initiatives that allow for the effective consolidation of this political regime and of the set of values, attitudes, and beliefs that democracy implies. It is time to face the root of several of the problems that afflict our people. And the first one is the attempts to destabilize democracy. Whether they are born of an unbridled desire for power, whether they come from the frustration of not having achieved the majority votes, whether they arise from the influence of unhealthy interests that aim to thrive in chaos, these attempts do not leave democracy alone. Fortunately, those waves of revolt crash against the walls of democracy itself when the constituted powers are solid and when the control mechanisms are in place. Other factors that must be corrected so that they do not corrode democracy have to do with the well-being of citizens. The lack of employment or economic stagnation must be resolved through active policies of private investment and public management. Our citizens deserve countries with opportunities, free of corruption and violence, countries where risking one's life to migrate in search of a better future is not even an option. At the first summit, my country adopted several commitments to strengthen policies for the protection of human rights, gender equity, attention to persons with disabilities, as well as to improve transparency processes and combat corruption. Ecuador has fulfilled its commitments and has identified additional steps to guarantee the continuity of these processes for the benefit of the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, democracy is the sine qua non element for the development of our people. And because of it and for it, we associate and seek together to face the global challenges that afflict mankind. I invite you to continue working together in the international community, defending democracy and freedoms, preserving peace, and generating joint and coordinated efforts to ensure the best future for our people. Thank you very much, and may God bless us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We turn now to President Sandu of Moldova. Madam President.
Governments, distinguished guests, I'm honored to address today's summit and to join our allies in promoting democracy as a vehicle for peace and prosperity, security, and stability. A stable democracy is a beacon, a bright light that Moldova currently sees through a clouded lens. With a full-fledged war at our border and Kremlin-funded hybrid operations aimed at destabilizing our country, Moldova's democracy is fragile. Yet, we refuse to allow these perils to upend our stability, our security, our way of life. Moldova's authorities are working diligently to build a resilient nation and to consolidate people's support for democracy. But we cannot do it alone. We're seeking partners among other democracies to help us remain part of the free world and to support our quest for EU membership. This is the only way to safeguard Moldova's democracy. We face significant challenges, but we are resolute in our commitment to overcoming them. Our administration emerged from what felt like a failure of democracy, a time of corrupt politics. We saw a better way and worked hard to win people's trust. We fought for free and fair elections and for campaigns funded by transparent and legal donations. We introduced reforms aimed at uprooting corruption in customs, banking, education, and public administration. We are now fighting a significant battle against corruption in the justice sector. We know that institutional corruption and judicial dishonesty sabotages the belief that democracy can deliver security, economic opportunities, and justice. We are calling for democratic allies to join us in a global sanctions regime to identify and deter cases of grand corruption. We are proud to lead the summit's cohort on international cooperation and anti-corruption in this year of action, together with Transparency International and Basel Institute on Governance, learning from each other how to more effectively investigate high-level cases of corruption and recover illicitly acquired assets. Equally important, we need to work together more effectively to counter disinformation and propaganda. They threaten our democracies. Today, in a joint regional effort of 8 governments, our Prime Minister sent an open letter to big tech companies demanding better ways to counter the spread of false narratives that could destabilize our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time of war, Moldova is a litmus test for the US, the EU member states, and other democratic nations. Our security and our faith that democracy can and will deliver must also be yours. In other words, our stability is in your interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We turn now to Niger. President Bazoum. La parole est à vous, Monsieur le Président.
President Bazoum, you have the floor.
Excellence,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted and honored to participate with you in this Democracy Summit. Thank you so much for this invitation. Thank you, President Biden. From time immemorial, human societies have embraced forms of governance that are the most likely to ensure their cohesion, security, and sustainability. Every person has a desire for freedom at the heart of his or her being, which is the prerequisite for their integrity. Philosophers, statesmen, and citizens have worked throughout history to find the best possible form of government. For us, who are committed to the real world, the philosophical and moral debate has been settled by experience. Democracy is the best form of government. And Winston Churchill rightly said, cynically, that it was the worst, except for all the others that have been tried. It is our irrevocable and assumed choice within the framework of which we are currently reflecting on the modalities for the performance of democracy according to the specific context of each country and the contingent circumstances. These different modalities, while they aim at the absolute, nevertheless remain relative. In my country, in Niger, for the past 30 years, there has been an irrepressible wave, which is the result of the energy of committed activists and citizens driven by an inflexible resolve, which has formally imposed democracy. Our young democracy has just succeeded in 2021 in achieving the first democratic change through the ballot box, which reflects the maturity of the people and the wisdom of the leaders. Democracy, which is the source of dignity and freedom, is based on the capacity of citizens to make calm and informed choices. That is why Niger is making good governance a condition for the stability of state institutions and education, especially the education of young girls. This is a priority for us because we believe that for democracy to flourish, we need educated citizens who are able to fully take on their rights and duties. Democracy is an ideal that must be experienced and practiced. It cannot be imposed and endured. It must be earned. It is fragile, and we must always keep human dignity and freedom in mind as we make our way through the turmoil of the ongoing global and multidimensional crises. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at this historic time of breakdown and paradigm shifts, there are forces that denigrate and threaten democracy by presenting it as a concept that is specific to certain cultures. These forces are waging a battle to reintroduce authoritarian models of power that are at odds with humanity's evolution. Democracy is a common good. Let's support one another and ensure that it is sustained with the most stringent requirements, because the other the other danger that democracy faces is something that comes from external sources because of lowering of democratic requirements. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. We go now to Denmark. Prime Minister Frederiksen.
Thank you, Mr. President, for hosting this second Summit for Democracy. It is great to see all of you, and thank you for your interesting interventions today. In today's digital age, tech is at the heart of our democracy. Billions of people have access to knowledge and information. And even across continents, we can communicate, exchange information, views as we do right now. One example is sitting right here in our circle, Mr. President Zelensky. Every day, you speak directly to your people and to the world. You are constantly in contact with governments, parliaments, and other democratic forces and our people. Your example shows us how tech can keep democracy alive under extremely difficult circumstances. In the fight for democracy, tech is part of the solution, but tech can also be used to oppress, to hide the truth, to censor, and to control people. Russia is one example. Unfortunately, it is not the only one. Around the world, we see anti-democratic forces shutting down the internet, using tech to control people, to restrict freedom of expression. And even in established democracies, tech can challenge the public debate. We see echo chambers emerge on social media, fake news, and hate speech against women, minorities, and political opponents. Tech giants have a responsibility, and so do we as political leaders. One of the big tasks facing us today is how do we make tech work for the democracy and not against it? Denmark is proud to contribute to this agenda. 2 years ago, we launched our own platform, Tech for Democracy, that brings together governments, organizations, tech industry, and of course, the civil society. We have rallied more than 200 partners now around a new vision for a democratic digital future. We want tech to enhance democratic debate, to promote human rights, to protect democratic values. And with our new funding mechanism, Digital Democracy Initiative, we have committed to this very purpose. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of the digital age, we have a great opportunity to make democracy blossom. Thank you, dear colleagues. We have to support Ukraine against Russia's aggression. We have to ensure a sustainable development all over the world, and we have, of course, to fight climate change. And we have to stand up for our common values. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. President Cortizo, Panama, the floor is yours.
Good morning, President Biden, esteemed colleagues, esteemed presidents, Mr. Blinken. I would like to begin my introduction with a few personal reflections on democracy. If I had to choose amongst the many definitions of democracy there are, the one that I think gets closer to the real concept is what Abraham Lincoln said when he said, "A government by the people, for the people." Democracy is also respecting human rights, diversity, justice, the rule of law, transparency, freedom of expression, and a dignified life. The situation we're currently in, globally, is determined by global problems, such as the climate crisis, irregular migration, drug trafficking, which is curtailing state powers, increases in the prices of food and commodities. To these factors, we have to add conflicts such as the war in Ukraine and the calls for inclusion that justly are making many groups that have been excluded from development. All this is having a negative impact in the exercise of democracy. Faced with this, governments and governments have the responsibility of developing public policy in order to reduce the poverty gap and inequality. Unless we do that, democracy will continue being just a pointless electoral process without any other result but a change in administration, lack of trust in the system, and growing instability. Sometimes we think of democracy as just a formula and in on itself that could maybe solve magically all the problems for people. But in this sense, I want to quote Nelson Mandela. He said, "If there's no food when you're hungry, if there's no medicine when you're sick, if there's ignorance, if the fundamental rights of people are not respected, democracy is nothing but an empty shell. It doesn't matter if citizens go to vote. It doesn't matter if they have a parliament. It's empty." And I want to mention this because I want to talk about the significant importance that it holds for me, food safety, food sovereignty. In this sense, I mean respecting the rights of our countries to have a strong agricultural production that guarantees food on the table for its population and the protection of our producers' activity. In Panama, during the hardest years in the pandemic, while the airports and the harbors of the rest of the world were closed, it was our producers that allowed us to put quality food on our people's tables. In this sense, trade relationships, bilateral and multilateral trade relationships, have to take into account in a fair way the asymmetries between our countries and the enormous impact that disloyal trade practices have on us so that we can guarantee a more equitable exchange between countries. For countries like ours, food sovereignty as an instrument is going to generate wealth within our borders. And that's an important factor for the strengthening of our democracy and something that fosters social peace. I'd like to conclude alluding to the climate crisis, which is one of the main challenges for all of us, and it affects the lives of every single living being on this planet. On this topic, I want to remind everybody that Panama has been contributing as one of the main three countries in the world negative carbon emissions. However, if the efforts carried out by a small emerging nation such as ours find no correspondence from the part of those who should contribute more, then perhaps one should ask oneself, what are they doing, the most developed countries? On this particular topic, I would recommend that you read and implement the guidelines for the survival coming from the IPCC report on global warming. To summarize it, we need to act now. In the next 10 years, we need to go from words to action. Esteemed presidents, extolling democracy's virtues will be in vain because by itself that won't help countries to do anything unless we take action, unless we implement specific measures to improve the global context. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Cortizo. President Biden, any concluding comments?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your last comments. I agree with you completely. Then let me just close by thanking all of you again for making a priority for your country and for the world more democracy. You know, we're covering a lot of ground in these sessions today on all ways democracy is at the heart of all that we hope to achieve and for our people. Spurring economic growth, shared prosperity, unfolding justice and upholding it as well, strengthening our institutions, taking global challenges, tackling them head on, advancing inclusion and equity for all our people. The great strength of democracy is that it gives us all the tools we need for self-government and self-improvement. And I'm proud to stand with all of you to defend those fundamental values we all share: justice, the rule of law, free speech, assembly, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, and our core belief in the interest of human rights for every single individual in the world. You know, we've accomplished a great deal together, but we all know how much work lies ahead. We've proven we're up to the challenge, but with the Republic of Korea hosting the next Summit of Democracy, we're going to keep going together, all of us. So I thank you all very much. I won't take any more of your time, but I've been impressed by what you've had to say. Thank you all very, very much.
And now, a spotlight presentation from Venezuelan human rights defender and humanitarian actor Feliciano Reina.
Venezuela, where I am from, where I live, has had a history of shared values with most of the other nations in our American continent, as well as with many others present today at the Summit for Democracy, for whom the rule of law, the exercise of fundamental freedoms, and the respect for human rights are among the most cherished and treasured. In the past few years, unfortunately, Venezuela has deviated from this common path. We're facing serious human rights challenges, including recent attempts to severely restrict the civic space, to criminalize our rights to freedom of association, assembly, freedom of expression, participation, and our right to defend human rights. Over 18 million people, or 65% of our population, are still in need of assistance, given profound deprivations of their social and economic rights, with a minimum wage of barely $5 a month. For 7 million Venezuelans, the only solution for such dire conditions was to flee our country. Thousands still express their need to leave in the coming months. In some, social, economic, and also environmental rights affecting millions need to be urgently addressed. Be sure Venezuelans from abroad, as part of the diaspora, as well as thousands of us, hundreds of thousands, as a resilient and strongly committed civil society on the ground in Venezuela, are working on addressing such needs and also advocating for human rights, documenting and denouncing violations, and informing human rights bodies. Different mechanisms for scrutiny are already in place for truth, justice, reparations, and guarantees of non-repetition must be achieved. However, we also need your support as members of the international political and institutional community for Venezuela to advance towards sustainable governance and development, social cohesion, and peaceful coexistence in our region and with other nations. In this regard, we have been calling for engagement with the Venezuelan authorities to continue providing support for the negotiations taking place through the so-called Mexico process and through bilateral conversations guided by democratic and human rights standards. The parties to the negotiations, the Venezuelan government as the most responsible party, and the opposition unity platform, have a responsibility to make sure that agreements move forward, that funds are released for the recently signed social agreement, the first step toward implementing the Memorandum of Understanding signed in August of 2021, which contains key elements for democratic reinstitutionalization, rule of law, free and fair elections, among others. International actors like the United Nations, the United States, and the Kingdom of Norway should continue assisting this process. Beyond this agreement, vast resources are needed for a recovery of basic capacities, including health and education infrastructure, provision of water, electricity, public transportation. Venezuela must have access to frozen assets with the necessary safeguards to prevent corruption, one of the root causes of our current social and economic crisis. All gathered today at the Summit for Democracy must also give support to these conversations. We urge you to think flexibly and creatively, to advance without delay, to engage with Venezuelan authorities, for your flexible thinking and actions are key to secure Venezuela's return to that common path of shared values, for Venezuelans forced to flee, to return home, and for all of us to live in dignity.
And now, a spotlight presentation from Lester Aleman of Nicaragua.
Heads of state and delegations participating in the Summit for Democracy, I join you in the universal desire for respectful, transparent, right-securing, and increasingly humane governance in our countries and our region. My name is Lester Aleman. On February 9th, I was released from prison and subsequently banished from Nicaragua by the dictatorship of Daniel Ortega. And today I stand before you as a young Nicaraguan who dreams that in his country human rights shall be guaranteed and that we shall not be killed, imprisoned, and exiled for thinking differently. Throughout its history, Nicaragua has much to teach us about its political mistakes, conflicts between brothers, and about corruption, but very little in terms of democratic moments. We dreamed and continue to dream of a country of social, political, and economic opportunities where young people can develop without fear or retaliation, without risking our freedom and even our lives. In 2018, young Nicaraguans demonstrated more forcefully to demand democracy even without having experienced it, to demand respect for our rights, freedom, and justice. The non-existent democracy in Nicaragua and the increasing authoritarian radicalization of the Ortega regime has ruined our generations. We have had to pay the highest costs of this crisis. Today, families are divided by the persecution and harassment of the dictatorship, which has forced thousands of Nicaraguans to flee the country. There are jails with revolving doors for those of us who question power, and graveyards for those who yearn for freedom. 5 years into the political crisis in Nicaragua, prolonged by the Ortega and Murillo families' ambition for power, the results urgently call for a solution as soon as possible. 355 families of murdered people, 37 political prisoners living in inhumane conditions, forced exile for thousands, and more than 6 million Nicaraguans living in a prison with open skies in what is still left of the country. Despite this brutal repression by the Sandinista dictatorship and the great risks involved in resisting it, young Nicaraguans decided to defend our nation with dignity and build a present and a future in democracy. In 2021, the dictatorship conducted a wave of imprisonment of part of the opposition, but it did not succeed in silencing the voices of those who remained in and out of the country. They continued to resonate in the world, leading many countries to condemn the regime's brutality, which led to further isolation in its control. Daniel Ortega's behavior demonstrates that crimes against humanity have been and continue to be committed in our country, crimes for which only Mr. Daniel Ortega and Ms. Rosario Murillo are responsible. Today, they remain in impunity, which motivates the dictatorship to continue committing these crimes. Do you believe that this governing is grounded in the law, respect for the political constitution, for international law, grounded in the minimum standards of decency and humanism? Of course not. All of Nicaragua is a crime scene. Yes, crimes against humanity. Therefore, the troubles and instability caused by Daniel Ortega and his totalitarianism in our country is also an evil that plagues and should concern the region. I ask that as member states in this summit that defends and prioritizes democracy, freedom, justice, and human rights, that you amplify our complaints as well. Exhaust all your measures to isolate the Ortega regime and join us in global condemnation. To be indifferent in a crisis of human rights violations also bears responsibility. As world leaders, we need you to stand with Nicaraguans to reestablish and ensure respect for our fundamental rights and freedoms, to find justice for the victims, and to promote the participation of young people in political activism. Let us not forget that entire families still await justice. Act for the release of political prisoners, including our bishop, Monsignor Rolando Alvarez, and let us ensure that Nicaragua is not a horror to live in. Daniel Ortega gained control but lost power after the electoral farce of 2021. He clings to ephemeral strategies to impose fear. But in Nicaragua, dictatorships end up crumbling before a Nicaraguan people who desire freedom, democracy, and justice. Like the Somoza dynasty, the Sandinista dynasty of Daniel Ortega and his family will go down in history, in the darkest pages of our tragic but also glorious history. Democracy is possible for Nicaragua, and we as young people are willing to work until we reach it, as a cornerstone for building a better country, a new Nicaragua, with freedom and democracy.
The Summit for Democracy now continues with our final plenary discussion on democracy delivering inclusion and equality, chaired by President Chavez of Costa Rica. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Buenos días.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, President of the Republic of Maldives, His Excellency Ibrahim Mohamed Soli, the Prime Minister of Nepal, the Right Honorable Pushpa Kamal, President of the Republic of Finland, His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the European Commission, Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Gaingo, President of the Republic of Lithuania, His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, President of the Republic of Senegal, His Excellency Macky Sall, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia, Her Excellency Kaja Kallas, President of the United Mexican States, His Excellency Andrés Manuel López Obrador. It is an honor for me to represent my country as co-host of the Second Summit for Democracy in a historical event which brings together both countries of the Americas as well as from Europe, Asia, and Africa. In holding this summit, we are truly blessed because we can do so in countries where democracy is both lived and conveyed unquestionably through schools, through neighborhoods at home, and especially in the hearts of citizens. And we meet at the summit because we share something that we learned almost since we were children, that we then strengthened during our youth and that we now live as adults. I'm talking about the conviction that democracy must be defended everywhere and by all countries and by all human beings. I am addressing myself to you at the summit representing one of the 24 full democracies out of the 165 states of the world. According to the Economist Democracy Indicator, which also shows the unfortunate figure of 59 countries where we still have authoritarian regimes. This recognition for Costa Rica is a great honor, and we're proud of it. But at the same time, it is an invitation, a call to continue fighting for democracy while somewhere in the world the rights of maybe only one person are violated by the boot of dictatorship or hunger, and that truly affect even if only one citizen. That is unacceptable, which is why, on behalf of my country that fights to strengthen democratic institutions that must always work for and by the people, that must work for equality and for the protection of human rights. That's why I say that democracy must be a form of government that will allow the people to achieve prosperity, good public services, and welfare for the population. I know that this summit is the proof of that conviction that brings us together to strengthen and consolidate our democratic systems. Let us make sure that the 21st century is the century in which the world understood that power is not what legitimates authoritarianism, nor a tool for free leaders. What they have to do is look for the welfare of the people, because there will be no full democracy as long as inequality continues being an undesirable citizen of our countries. while the states cannot guarantee for people protection of their human rights, which is why Costa Rica has historically expressed its commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to the point that last October, our country obtained a seat at the Human Rights Council, the United Nations Human Rights Council. In addition, as I said last week in The Hague, we fully support the work of the International Criminal Court of Justice. The obligation and responsibility of those who have committed crimes against humanity and to increase the access and improve the access of all victims to justice. These are the people, the essence of everything that defines us as a country, as countries, as cultures. People such as women, whose equality and economic empowerment are a direct way to reach equality, poverty eradication, and inclusive economic growth. Costa Rica is part of the International Gender Champions, a platform that promotes actions to empower and to improve equity. We promote a national policy for equality between men and women that goes from the paper to the practice. It truly implements gender equality. This is something we have decided on as a country to achieve a goal whereby women can grow and fully develop with the same opportunities and without the weight of gender violence in their lives. People such as the LGBTQI population that we have promoted, that their economic insertion has been promoted by us. Also, the decriminalization of homosexuality and any other kind of punishment based on sexual orientation. Also, Afro-descendants, about whom Costa Rica wishes that their culture be recognized throughout the world and their fight against all kinds of racism and discrimination. In addition, we have decided to change, to revert the historical mistakes that many countries have made regarding indigenous populations in order to give them an important place in our legal order. Since 2018, with the general mechanism of indigenous peoples consultation in our country, we are ensuring that we are carrying out the necessary consultations with these peoples. Any project, especially if any project might affect their collective rights. Costa Rica is taking important steps so that well-paid jobs and good quality education and opportunities of professional achievement be enjoyed by every single Costa Rican. A sound democracy requires that prosperity be enjoyed by each person in the country, both in the noise of urban areas as well as in the movement of factories, in the immensity of the coast, or in the serene beauty of the countryside, which my country has in abundance. We have to continue building democracy. We have to continue generating equity and inclusion. We have to do that. It's not an option. We have to continue renewing hopes to ensure that each household, each neighborhood, each country, each continent truly transform discourse and crisis and convert them into words of hope for renewed and sustainable democracy, into actions and policies that will truly benefit our people. We're talking about our people. It is for our people. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Next up is the Prime Minister of Nepal.
Your Excellency President Rodrigo Chavez, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, It is truly an honor to join you in this second Summit for Democracy. I thank President Biden for the initiative. The year 2022 remained important in Nepal's journey for democracy. The second cycle of democratic elections were successfully held in all three tiers of the government, local, provincial, and federal. The election further consolidated our federal democratic republic and institutions. Inclusive democracy is at the core of our polity. At the local level, we have been able to ensure over 41% of representation of women. Likewise, in the provincial assemblies and federal parliament, women have been elected in overall 33.1% seats. We have taken measures to ensure representation and inclusion of all segments of our society in the state structures. Over the years, we have been implementing gender-responsive budgets to promote gender equality and equity in development programs. Last year, we amended our laws providing for increased punishment to the perpetrators of acid attacks as well as sexual offense, which are seen as important steps in preventing gender-based violence. Nepal believes in universality, interdependence, and mutually reinforcing nature of human rights, including the rights to development. Fulfillment of basic needs of the people and promoting economic justice is our priority. Nepal has a vibrant civil society. As watchdog on transparency and accountability, our civil society has complemented the government's efforts in raising awareness and empowering people. We have been pursuing participatory and inclusive process of development. Nepal's homegrown peace process has been a successful example. To complete the only remaining task of the process, an amendment bill related to the transitional justice process has been presented to the parliament. The content of the bill captures the spirit of comprehensive peace accord, ruling of the Supreme Court, relevant international commitments, concern of the victims and ground realities. To overcome the twin challenges of climate change and post-pandemic economic recovery, we have put in place green, resilient, and inclusive development strategy which aims to foster the country's inclusive and sustainable growth. We are committed to effective climate actions. Our constitution guarantees the right to live in a clean and healthy environment. Nepal has come a long way in consolidating peace and inclusive democracy. However, democracy thrives only in an enabling environment. Our challenges are huge. These challenges mostly emanate from poverty and underdevelopment, which we must overcome. We will therefore count on the support from our partners in achieving SDGs and graduating from the LDC category. This will enable us to sustain historical and forward-looking political achievement over the long course. I thank you.
Next, we will hear from the President of the Republic of Finland.
Mr. President Chavez, Excellencies, I want to start by saying that a lot has happened since the first summit of democracy. For more than a year, Russia has been waging an illegal war on Ukraine. Our support is needed. We must not lose sight of that. In democracy, people have the right to participate in and influence the development of society and their living conditions. This right belongs to all individuals. Finland's democracy is built on a stable representative political system with equality at its core. Finland was among the first countries to grant women the right to vote and stand in elections more than 100 years ago. Finland's commitment to promote and defend democracy, human rights, and the rule of law is enshrined in the Constitution and implemented through various acts and policies. Still, inclusion does not always happen in practice. We are further committed to strengthening democracy, local governance, and citizen participation in political decision-making. In the Summit for Democracy in December 2021, we renewed our commitment to promote and defend inclusion and gender equality in our international cooperation. We also promised to implement our own National Democracy Programme 2025. As part of the programme, we have adopted a government resolution on democracy policy. The resolution will help strengthen particularly the inclusion of vulnerable persons in political life. For example, youth, elderly, minorities, disabled, and homeless persons are often in vulnerable situations when it comes to participation in decision-making. We must make sure that all have meaningful ways to participate. Democracy delivers when everyone can and will contribute. Our next test is already on Sunday this week, when the people of Finland elect a new parliament. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from the President of the European Commission.
President Chavez, presidents and prime ministers, ladies and gentlemen. The basic promise of democracy is equality. It should not matter whether you are a man or a woman. It should not matter how you identify yourself. It should not matter how you look, what family you come from, or who you love. It shouldn't matter whether or not you're part of the majority. In a democracy, everyone must enjoy equal rights and opportunities. But equality is not a given. It is an aspiration that is constantly challenged, including within our own democratic societies. Some people continue to be discriminated because of their color, their faith, their gender, or because of who they love. The path towards full equality for all citizens is long, including in Europe. But we are moving forward. For instance, the European Union has launched a new push for equality in the workplace, with equal pay for equal work, so that women earn the same as their male colleagues. Or with a child guarantee, so that all families can afford childcare. Or with a fair minimum wage, so that all workers can enjoy a decent living. We also set out a new initiative against racism and anti-Semitism, and strategies for the rights of persons with disabilities and LGBTIQ equality. That is the unique strength of democracy. Democracies deliver opportunities for all. Today, we see that this basic principle is threatened, not only within societies, but also between states. Russia could not accept that the people of Ukraine would choose their own path. Putin is trying to deny this nation's right to exist, to deny that Ukrainians exist as a people, with their history, their culture, their identity. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is an outdated imperial war. A war against the right of all countries and all people to exist, to determine their own future. For many, Ukraine may seem a foreign country far away, but the values and wishes of the brave Ukrainians couldn't be closer to us. The right to be themselves. The right to live freely and independently from the grip of a neighbor who feels mighty and superior. Billions of people on all continents share the same desire. And this is why Europe will keep standing by Ukraine. Because they are also defending our values and our democracy. Thank you.
Now we have the President of the Republic of Lithuania.
Your Excellency, President Chavez, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are used to thinking of democracy in idealized terms. We often describe it as the ultimate political goal. Democracy is good, therefore we must build it and promote it. Democracy is good, therefore it must prevail in the end. There is certainly truth to that. By mobilizing the citizens and empowering them, democracy creates a basis for strong institutions. Inclusion and participation make the state a true common good. I was elected president of Lithuania with the idea that nobody should be left behind. I promoted the need to build a welfare state as a great roof under which the Lithuanian people could find shelter and seek better life. To this day, I feel the need to promote and defend the interests of vulnerable groups, such as people with disabilities, the elderly, or families with children. I believe that the general situation in Lithuania is certainly changing for the better. The idea of a more balanced, socially responsible and sustainable mode of development is getting popular support. Nonetheless, what has also happened lately in our part of the world was the unprecedented rise of military violence. Ever since the Revolution of Dignity of 2014, Russia has been attacking Ukraine. Last year, it started the most brutal war of aggression in Europe since the end of the Second World War. This war is not only aimed at Ukraine's sovereignty and right to national self-determination. It is also an attack against the highest ideals of democracy. Despite the greatest efforts by the Russian regime, what we have witnessed in Ukraine is the outstanding ability of a democratic society to withstand external pressures. With the substantial help of a wider international community, Ukraine today is able not only to resist an overwhelming military force, but also to fight for the ultimate victory. Such resilience is possible because of broader democratic inclusion and participation that have transformed Ukraine into a true republic, the res publica, or public affair. This power of democracy, I believe, is truly universal. It may be our greatest strength that we must cherish and use wisely. Time and again, democracy proves it can only be strong if it is inclusive and just. What I want to stress today is that to be strong, democracy must also be ready to defend itself. And every member of the democratic community has this great duty to help each other against the many pressures of autocratic regimes. Thank you.
And now, the Prime Minister of Canada.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I want to start by thanking President Chavez for leading the plenary session focused on democracy, delivering inclusion and equality. Of course, I want to thank President Biden for this continued initiative and all the participants here today. Good to see you, my friends. On est réunis aujourd'hui.
We are here today to reaffirm our commitment to strong democracy and resilient institutions. Many things have changed since our last summit in 2021. I'm thinking of the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which was not only an attack against Ukraine, but against international law, including the UN Charter, and against democracy, freedoms, and the rights of people. Canada will remain on the side of Ukraine as long as necessary, and we will continue to support democracy in the entire world.
Canada presented 35 commitments to reinforce democracy both at home and abroad. Since then, we've stepped up even further. Canada is investing to support the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance and other groups that are promoting free, fair, and inclusive elections globally. We're fighting harmful content online and promoting inclusivity in the digital world. In 2022, we chaired the Freedom Online Coalition, which helped defend internet freedom and addressed internet shutdowns perpetrated by Iran. We've also bolstered the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism aimed at countering foreign threats to democracy, including disinformation. And today we can announce that we're investing over $50 million more in projects and initiatives to strengthen democracy around the world.
We must all continue to protect our democracies against foreign interference. We know that disinformation that often comes from abroad can be a real threat for our elections and for trust in our institutions. And we know that this is a threat that the government alone cannot combat. That is why we announced recently investments to strengthen the capacity of civil organization against disinformation.
Powerful ideas Canada can share with the world is our belief in diversity, on reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, on fighting systemic racism, on gender equality, on defending 2S LGBTQI+ communities, on supporting persons with disabilities. We're making real progress. From implementing UNDRIP to investing in Black entrepreneurs, we're strengthening our society. We believe that people should be always at the center of everything we do. When we invest in people, including in the most vulnerable and the most marginalized, and when we grow the middle class and make life more affordable, everyone benefits. And democracy benefits. This is why, for example, we launched a $10 a day early learning and childcare plan that has already seen women's participation in the Canadian workforce rise. When we reduce inequality and we make sure that everyone has a real and chance at success, our democracies become stronger. Why? Well, because when people have confidence that there is success for them in the future despite uncertain times we're living in, well, they're less likely to fall prey to either authoritarianism or populism. When we can show people that their institutions can deliver for them, it shores up their beliefs, not just in those institutions, but in their community, in their country, and in democracy itself. See, we all need to remember that democracy didn't happen by accident, and it won't continue without effort. The efforts of leaders gathered here today, but also the efforts of all of our citizens, our members of civil society, our journalists, our advocates who are constantly engaged and ambitious for their communities. Mes amis,
I've named a few examples of the work we are doing to protect our institution, to fight against misinformation and disinformation, and improve the life of people. But we all know that we have to work together to strengthen our democracies, and therefore, together, we will build a more prosperous and peaceful world for everyone. Thank you.
Now we have the President of the Republic of Senegal.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Chavez, for chairing this meeting. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank President Joe Biden for his kind invitation and thank our colleagues from the Korea, Costa Rica, Zambia, and the Netherlands who co-organized this summit. Our meeting is taking place in a agitated international contest and with an uncertain future, with the invasion of Ukraine, which is added to a crisis without precedent, which severely damaged the weakest economies. Without talking about climate change, I'm not forgetting the problems of social media and the broadcasting of fake news. All these factors are making our countries more fragile. In addition, in Africa, we must have to make progress in economic development. We must continue to build our nation, and for many countries, we must face up to the terrorist threat. I want to draw your attention to the fact that never in the history has the realization of the ideal of democracy in a continent has faced up to so many threats. So in addition to affirming our common values, we must show more active solidarity if we want to protect our democracies against the threats which are undermining our state institutions, political stability, the economic basis of the country, and social cohesion. I want to add that for us, developing countries, the realization of economic, social, and cultural rights is as important as promoting the rights of civil and political liberties. The two are important because without development, democracy is vulnerable. And so Senegal joins the consensus that we build together as a basis for our common values. In other words, institutionalization of a justice system which is accessible and credible, the consolidation of international coordination for a legal system and the recovery of certain goods, and then work to fight against money laundering. When it comes to these issues and a lot of other issues, there's no complete model, but there are practices, experiences that we should share in trying to realize this democratic ideal. Thank you for your attention.
And now, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia.
Honorable President Chavez, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that we are speaking today about how democracy delivers inclusion and equality. As the first woman prime minister in Estonia's history, I'm a living example of it. And I reckon this is exceptional, given that we are 300 years away from gender equality according to the UN. Given that for too many years, we have witnessed too many cases where women and girls are suffering from massive violence and have to fight for their basic freedoms in Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, and elsewhere. Given that just 31 countries have a woman serving as a leader, and I still remember that when I attended the UN Climate Summit COP26. Only 10 out of 140 heads of delegations were women. Equality and inclusion do not happen by accident. Leadership matters, and leadership can make a difference. That is why in both my governments, half have been highly competent women. Women are not better than men, and men are not better than women. We just have different life experiences. For balanced decisions, we need both represented. If women leaders are not visible, then where should young girls and boys get their role models from? If we don't nudge girls to learn IT or math and boys to consider becoming teachers or care workers, then how do we encourage stereotype-free career choices? In Estonia, we have a citizen-led movement called Unicorn Squad, which provides knowledge and skills in technology as a hobby education only for girls. By now, more than 2,000 girls are involved in it. That's an example how a citizen-led initiative can also help the government in closing the gender digital divide. And that's also an example of how democracies work. It is not only via elections, but there are a number of ways how citizens in democracies have the power to nudge their governments in the right direction. Gender equality is not only a matter of justice, but also a matter of economic growth and competitiveness. An uneven care burden at home is an issue that is more or less consistent across the world. It tends to fall far more on women. If we shift that burden so that it falls more evenly, the potential benefits are clear. It would free up more women to enter the workforce and turbocharge the economy. Sharing unpaid care work more evenly can also avoid numerous physical and mental health problems associated with overwork. Parental leave policy can be of essential help here. It must be carefully built so that it would not reinforce gender stereotypes, but rather decrease them. That is why in Estonia we have created a flexible system that encourages fathers to share in care responsibilities. To improve inclusion and equality, we must also set an example with the way we govern. That is why Estonia is hosting the Global Summit of the Open Government Partnership this September. Our aim is to make governance and policy making more inclusive, transparent, and accountable. I hope many of you will be able to join me in Tallinn so we can keep up this vital discussion. Thank you.
And now, we have the President of the United Mexican States.
President Rodrigo Chavez of Costa Rica, presidents, prime ministers, I'd like to thank President Biden for inviting me to participate in this forum about democracy and equality. A lot of the greatest crimes against humanity have been committed in the name of God or in the name of democracy. That's why it's important for us to go back to the true meaning of democracy. Aristotle used to say that there were three good ways of governing and three bad ways of governing. He reached the conclusion that democracy was the best of all of them, or at least the worst, the lesser evil. He said that democracy, just like the origin of the Greek word indicates, consists in the power of the people. In our time, there is still a mix between oligarchies and democracies. A simulated democracy, very subject to the media. That is to say, in some countries, oligarchies reign supreme, even though they present themselves as democracies. For example, how can we talk about democracy if elites and not majorities are ruling? How can we talk about democracy without a real separation between economic and political powers? How can we talk about democracy if in the last times we've seen wealth concentrate in fewer hands, probably the worst concentration of wealth that we've seen in recent history. The wealth of the few has increased beyond belief without any kind of decorum. Meanwhile, there's a billion people that live with less than $1 a day. That's why we need to step back. We need to distance ourselves from the kratos and demos, that is to say, the power without the people, to make sure that the central purpose of government is always to procure the happiness of its people, a government by the people and for the people. Today, more than ever, we need to go back to our foundational knowledge. In 1776, the U.S. Declaration of Independence established the pursuit of happiness as one of the fundamental rights of people. And it pointed out that by guaranteeing that pursuit, the government was just exerting its main function. The first article of the French Constitution in 1793 establishes that the final objective of society is common happiness. The 24th article of our Constitution, the Apachingan Constitution of 1814, says, "The happiness of the people and of each and every citizen consists of enjoying equality, stability, ownership, propriety, and equality." Protecting these rights is the main goal of government, and it should be the only purpose of political parties. That's why we believe that we need to seek more equality, to achieve more democracy, and make sure that that democracy is authentic, true democracy, and to make sure that justice always prevails over power. Thank you very much.
In closing, we will now turn back to the President of the Republic of Costa Rica.
Sus Excelencias.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for those very inspiring words. Friends, all, today, through today's plenaries, we had a chance to hear the leaders of all regions of the world, like the Secretary General of the United Nations, on how democracy lived and strengthened in each one of our countries is becoming a reality in benefits for people, which is what matters. This second edition of the summit has also served to give space to different voices, several human rights activists and civil society who are at the front line all day, every day, fighting for a freer, safer, and more democratic world. At the beginning of the day, the maximum leaders of South Korea, Netherlands, Zambia, United States, myself as co-host, spoke of the challenges and opportunities that were common to all of us in our democracies. Challenges like job employment, food security, health, equity, inclusion, the defense of human rights, and the fundamental freedoms for all people. Tomorrow, March 30th, the co-hosts of the summit will lead meetings with leaders of civil society and government and private sector to continue to learn and talk about how we can strengthen our democracies more and more each day. All these topics will include the event of the Republic of Korea of the fight against corruption, the Netherlands on the freedom of press as a cornerstone of democracy, Zambia's on the importance of free and fair elections, the United States on the advance of technology for democracy, and my country's, Costa Rica's, on the role of youths in democratic systems. The closing of the Second Summit for Democracy is, in fact, a continuity of a path that we have set for ourselves, which we have to follow to continue building and strengthening the noblest of political systems, but one which is perfectible. Winston Churchill said it quite clearly. Democracy is the worst way of government, except for all the others. And I thank you all for joining us and for inspiring us, and inspiring us with your work, with your proposals for a better future for all. And I invite you to join us tomorrow. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. And we'll see you soon. Esto concluimos el día 1 de la cumbre para la
tomorrow as the United States, Costa Rica, Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, and Zambia host events in our capital cities. Thank you for watching.